Chapter 211. The ones who were poisoned weren't deacons or disciples, but the sect's prisoners who were mining inside the crystal mine. The entire Flame Valley was filled with fire poison, so the crystal mine must be filled with fire poison as well. However, during this period of time, there was already a sufficient supply of ice-cold pills. Logically speaking, it was impossible for ordinary fire poison to poison them again, but now they were indeed poisoned by fire poison, and this fire poison could not even be suppressed by the ice-cold pills. What's going on? Muan looked at the prisoners lying on the ground and asked the deacon on duty. A fire rat spirit beast appeared in the crystal mine and they were all bitten. Now Deacon Xing has brought people in to hunt the fire rats, the deacon replied. Nonsense, the crystal mine can't withstand the impact. If the crystal mine is destroyed, then it'll be a great crime. Muan's expression changed as he shouted. Then he said to Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao, save them, I'll go take a look inside the crystal mine. After saying that, Muan rushed into the crystal mine and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ling Xiao knew the severity of the situation and immediately said to the deacon, help me move them to a quiet place first. I'll have to trouble Deacon to protect me first. No problem. The deacon could see that Muan was very concerned about Ling Xiao, so he didn't dare to put on any airs. He immediately followed Ling Xiao's instructions and moved the prisoners to a quiet place. Ling Xiao used both hands at the same time and placed them on the two prisoners' chests. 2 gusts of Xiantian Yin Qi were sent out. However, no matter how serious the fire poison was, as long as Ling Xiao treated them in time, they would be able to survive. Not long after, the fire poison was expelled from the prisoners. Just to be on the safe side, Ling Xiao also fed them healing pills to ensure that they wouldn't die. What serious crime did these fellows commit to have their dantians sealed? Ling Xiao looked at the prisoners in front of him and muttered. These prisoners didn't have any spiritual energy fluctuations and were no different from ordinary people. Moreover, their feet were chained. No wonder the sect was at ease letting these prisoners mine. If they did so, they would not have the ability to escape with the crystal. Now, there was still the last prisoner left. This prisoner looked quite young, only in his 30s, and was the youngest among all the prisoners. There was a long scar on his face, adding a thick stroke to his resolute face, making him look extremely ferocious and fierce, but it also added a bit of arrogance and domineeringness to him. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly, this guy looks pretty good, so how did he become a prisoner? Ling Xiao pressed his hand on the man's body and sent the innate Yin Wind Baleful Qi over. Unexpectedly, the Yin Wind Baleful Qi that he injected was like a stone sinking into the sea. It actually disappeared without a trace in that person's body. Ling Xiao frowned and muttered, something's wrong. Following that, he increased the amount of innate Yin Wind Baleful Qi. He wanted to see if the fire poison was really so powerful that it could actually devour his innate Yin Wind Baleful Qi. However, Ling Xiao did not expect that the Yin Wind Evil Qi that he had endlessly sent over would go out of control after entering his opponent's body, as if it was being sucked away by something. Ling Xiao's expression became more and more solemn. Damn it, what the hell is this thing? Ling Xiao had always been successful in expelling the fire poison, but he did not expect to meet such a troublesome opponent today. For a moment, he was extremely annoyed. He immediately shouted and pressed his hands on the prisoner's chest, sending 2 powerful Yin Wind Evil Qi through his arms. Both of his arms turned jet black and emitted a cold Yin Qi. The clothes in front of the prisoner's chest were instantly corroded by the innate Yin Wind Evil Qi. However, at this moment, a change happened to the prisoner. The fiery red color of his skin instantly turned jet black, looking extremely strange and frightening. Ling Xiao only thought that this was the effect of his Yin Wind Evil Qi, so he did not pay too much attention to it. However, he did not dare to send the innate Yin Wind Evil Qi over again. Otherwise, before he could expel the fire poison, the prisoner would be killed by his innate Yin Wind Evil Qi first. Phew! Ling Xiao released his palms and sat to the side to meditate. Even though the innate Yin Wind Evil Qi was provided by the innate Yin Wind bead, it still consumed a lot of his Xian Qi. Moreover, after continuously saving people just now, he felt very tired. Ling Xiao did not know that while he was meditating with his eyes closed, The prisoner beside him underwent a shocking change. He saw that his eyes actually trembled slightly, then his pair of coarse arms slowly spread out, placed flat in front of his lower abdomen, and formed a mysterious hand seal. Immediately after, a strange thing happened. The jet-black color around his body actually flowed towards the dantian in his lower abdomen, and at the same time, the surrounding spiritual qi also had an obvious fluctuation. Ling Xiao seemed to feel something and opened his eyes to look at the prisoner. He suddenly jumped up in shock and murmured, "This guy can't have recovered, right?" Unexpectedly, the prisoner also opened his eyes. Those jet-black eyes were like that of a tiger's, emitting an aura of brilliance. "Not good." Ling Xiao cried out in alarm, then immediately sought help from the deacon not far away. Ding dang! The prisoner bounced up from the ground, and a withered hand actually grabbed Ling Xiao's throat in an instant. "Tisk tisk, it's really all thanks to you. Otherwise, who knows when I, cruel leopard, would be able to escape. In order to thank you, I'll leave your corpse intact." The prisoner laughed sinisterly. Then he struggled with both of his legs, and the iron chains made of dark steel were instantly broken. With Ling Xiao's throat being grabbed, he could not speak. At the same time, the prisoner's aura suppressed the surrounding aura. Ling Xiao was aghast. This guy at least had the strength of a high-level spirit master, and he seemed to be a bit stronger. "Don't stare at me like that. To be able to die in the hands of me, cruel leopard, is your honor." The prisoner who called himself Cruel Leopard twisted his neck and said disdainfully. Ling Xiao knew that this guy was about to kill him, so he immediately gathered his mental strength. Even if he died, he had to turn this guy into an idiot. Just as Cruel Leopard was about to kill him, he slightly raised his eyebrows and immediately said unwillingly, "Count yourself lucky." Then, he threw Ling Xiao heavily on the ground and fled in one direction. His speed was simply frightening. But Ling Xiao was smashed onto a tree, and the tree trunk was broken by him. Ling Xiao was shaken to the point that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was clearly seriously injured. In the next moment, a figure appeared beside Ling Xiao. "Ling Xiao, are you all right?" The person who came was Mu En. Martial uncle, one escaped." Ling Xiao took a breath and said with difficulty. He really didn't expect that guy to be so powerful. A light throw almost took his little life. Fortunately, he cultivated the Vajra 5 transformation incantation, so his defensive ability was not bad. If it was any other high-level mystic cultivator, he would probably have died on the spot. "I know, that guy can actually undo the seal on his own. It seems that he has already comprehended something. You heal here first, I'll chase him back." "We can't let him escape," Mu En said with a dignified expression. It seemed that he attached great importance to the person who escaped. Mu En flew up into the sky and chased in the direction of Cruel Leopard. Ling Xiao immediately meditated to recover from his injuries. At the same time, a storm was set off in his heart. The aura that the prisoner gave him was actually quite evil, and his strength was very strong. He looked to be only about 30 years old, but he was actually already a high-level spirit master. It seemed that he was definitely one of the top geniuses. What puzzled him the most was that the other party used his innate in-wind evil qi to undo the seal. This person's scheming and ability were really quite terrifying. 2 hours later, Ling Xiao's injuries were basically healed. Mu En also returned. Looking at his disappointed expression, it was obvious that he had lost him. At the same time, all the elders in the Flame Valley gathered together to discuss countermeasures. Fire rats appeared in the crystal mine, and all the prisoners were poisoned by fire poison. Although the fire poison has been removed, their profound strength has been sealed, and they can't use their profound strength at all. Their injuries have not recovered yet, so let's discuss how to continue mining crystals. Also, I'll tell everyone a piece of bad news. Cruel Leopard broke the seal and escaped, Mu En said to the elders with a suspicious expression. What? Cruel Leopard actually broke the seal on his own? The elders' expressions all became aghast, as if they were quite afraid of Cruel Leopard. That's right, when I chased after him, there was no trace of him. He can hide his aura, so it's already impossible to find him, Mu En replied. At this time, Zhang Li said, the news of Cruel Leopard's escape must be immediately reported to the sect, and we must find him as soon as possible. If we let him escape back to the Devil Shadow sect, I'm afraid they will have ideas about the crystal mine. Junior Zhang is right, but it's too late to report to the sect now. I think we should first let 2 people find traces of Cruel Leopard, and once they find him, immediately kill him. On the other hand, gather all the deacons and disciples, and let them go into mine. Now there are not many profound crystals left, and our people are mining day and night. Within half a month, we can definitely all evacuate, Mu En suggested. Just as he finished speaking, an elder praised, "That's right, right now the ice-cold pills are very abundant, and we don't have to be afraid of the fire poison at all. It's also much faster for our own people to mine the crystals. One of us will guard them and watch over them, and not let them fill their pockets. Even if we let them secretly collect a few pieces, there won't be any loss. It's much better than letting others have a share of the profits," another elder echoed. "Since everyone agrees, then let's do it this way. Junior Lu, Junior Wang, I'll have to trouble you two to track down Cruel Leopard's tracks. Old Zhang and I will stay here, and Junior Nan, you should hurry back to the sect and report this matter to the sect master," Mu En arranged. Everyone nodded and acted according to the plan. Next, Mu En began to gather all the deacons and disciples, and ordered them to enter the cave to mine the crystal mine. Of course, the elders and disciples of Medicine Peak did not need to join the ranks. This was the privilege of Medicine Peak. If the esteemed alchemist were to join in the operation of collecting crystals, they would be laughed at by others if word of this got out. However, just as everyone was speeding up the mining, an astonishing change quietly occurred in the cave. Chapter 212. In a pitch-black mine, a dozen or so dazzling night pearls emitted the same light as the moon. The deacons and a dozen disciples of the Purple Sky sect were all gathered in this mine, which seemed to be abnormally crowded. Zhang Li said in a clear voice, "There are low-grade profound crystals in the rock walls. You guys should collect these profound crystals as soon as possible and hand them over to me. Whoever collects the most profound crystals will be rewarded with 100 pieces of low-grade profound crystals when they return to the sect." As soon as Zhang Li said this, all the deacons and disciples climbed between the rock walls to investigate and dig for profound crystals. 100 pieces of low-grade profound crystals was a very generous reward. Under normal circumstances, one might not even be able to earn 100 pieces of low-grade profound crystals in a year. Outside the cave, Mu En was sitting quietly under a big tree, with a few disciples beside him. They were Yun Mingqi, Ling Xiao, Bing Ruoshui, and Yu Lian. These were the disciples who did not need to go into the cave to collect. There were also a few female disciples who had been sent back to the sect, as there was no need for them to do this kind of labor. Mu En closed his old eyes and meditated like an old monk. Nothing could disturb him. Ling Xiao was more embarrassed. He was surrounded by 3 beautiful girls, and for some reason he felt very nervous. In front of him was Yun Mingqi. Although her gaze was on the mine, her eyes would glance back from time to time. On his left was Bing Ruoshui. Her whole body was emitting a chill, which made Ling Xiao uncomfortable. On his right, the beautiful girl Yu Lian, who was holding his hand affectionately, wanted to kill him. Her proud breasts kept squeezing and squeezing, causing his heart to be in chaos, but he did not dare to act recklessly. For a moment he fell into a strange state. "Senior sister, you should stay away from me. The weather is hot, and I am sweating all over. Even if you don't dislike me, I will feel embarrassed." Ling Xiao broke the silence and said. At the same time, he wanted to pull out his arm. Unexpectedly, his arm rubbed against the elastic soft flesh a few times, but he could not break free. That feeling made Ling Xiao's lust almost burst out, and he cursed in his heart, "What is this demoness trying to do?" Yu Lian gave Ling Xiao a flirtatious look and said, "Junior brother, you're so naughty. You're making me so itchy. Why don't we go further away and not disturb the elder's rest?" When she said this, she looked at Bing Ruoshui, intentionally or unintentionally, with a hint of provocation. "No, our mission is to guard the crystal vein. How can we leave without permission?" Ling Xiao firmly shook his head. What a joke! If he and Yu Laiyan left, Yun Mingqi would definitely misunderstand. At that time, even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he wouldn't be able to wash himself clean. Yu Laiyan shook Ling Zhao's arm and said, "There's an elder here. What are you afraid of? Besides, we won't be too far away. We can sense what's going on. Senior sister, don't play with me. If senior brother Huang sees us like this, he'll probably kill us to silence us. We're just high-level Xian cultivators, and we're not his match. I think you should let me go," said Ling Xiao. Although Yu Laiyan's appearance and body were definitely top class, Ling Xiao didn't dare touch her lightly. This kind of woman looked very delicious, but if they really made any substantial progress, he wouldn't be able to escape. Furthermore, Yun Mingqi was here, and he didn't dare take too much advantage of her. Flirting with her for a bit would also relieve his boredom. He dares? He's just a good-looking but useless fellow. Yu Laiyan shouted angrily at the mention of Huang Yifeng. Her eyes were filled with disgust, and then she smiled at Ling Xiao. "Junior brother, could it be that you don't know your senior sister's feelings?" Her beautiful eyes were suffused with a moving luster, making people feel pity for her. At this time, Yun Mingqi, who was in front of Ling Xiao, trembled slightly. Others might not have noticed, but Ling Xiao saw it. "Senior sister, I'm begging you, can you stop messing around?" begged Ling Xiao. If Yun Mingqi really did misunderstand, then that would be terrible. "Do you really hate me that much?" Yu Laiyan pretended to be a little girl, and her beautiful eyes actually became misty. Ling Xiao was just about to open his mouth to speak when Bing Ruoshui coldly said, "How shameless." For a moment, Ling Xiao found that the surrounding temperature seemed to have dropped a bit, and he couldn't help but shiver. Yu Laiyan laughed tenderly. "Haha, is junior sister Ruoshui jealous?" Bing Ruoshui turned her face away and didn't reply. "If junior sister Ruoshui likes it, then how about we split it in half? Junior brother Ling Xiao is so outstanding, and it wouldn't be a loss if the two of us served him," continued Yu Laiyan. Ling Xiao felt like he had been defeated. Why was this woman's words getting more and more ridiculous? Bing Ruoshui coldly looked back at Yu Laiyan. "I don't share men's preferences with others." Originally, there was nothing wrong with that, and Ling Xiao didn't think it was inappropriate. But what she said next almost caused him to collapse. Bing Ruoshui actually walked over to Ling Xiao's other side and hugged his arm. "He's already my man, and I won't allow you to have any thoughts about him." Her tone revealed a rare gentleness and determination, and a hint of redness actually appeared on her cold and delicate face. Yu Laiyan was stunned by Bing Ruoshui's words, and Yun Mingqi directly turned to look at Bing Ruoshui. As for Mu En, he had rushed over to another tree to meditate. "I really didn't expect junior sister Ruoshui to be so amazing. You actually managed to steal junior brother away from me. But I don't mind being junior brother's concubine. Does junior sister Ruoshui mind?" Yu Laiyan covered her mouth as she laughed. "Did you not understand what I meant? I don't have the habit of sharing men with others," Bing Ruoshui replied forcefully. "Is that so? Since you said junior brother is your man, then why do I see that the cinnabar on your arm is still there?" Yu Laiyan glanced at Bing Ruoshui's tender arm. Bing Ruoshui's face flushed red, but she still held onto Ling Zhao's arm and replied, "It's none of your business. In any case, he's my man. If you really want him, you'll have to defeat me." It looks like junior sister Ruoshui is determined to eat junior brother. "I'm also very interested in junior brother. It looks like I'll have to compete with you," Yu Laiyan replied, and her body actually began to emit a dense flame. "Enough. Are you done yet?" Ling Zhao's body shook as he shouted. A pair of eyes that were as sharp as blades shot towards him. Ling Zhao's aura withered and he immediately begged, "Grandits, I'm begging you. I'm a cowardly person, and I don't have any skills. I'm not even a spirit master. Even if I'm handsome and everyone loves me, I really don't think I'm suitable for you. Please don't hurt our relationship because of me. Otherwise, junior brother will feel very uneasy." I'm going to die from laughter. Yu Laiyan was the first to burst into laughter as soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking. Bing Ruoshui's expressionless face also had a hint of a smile on it. It was just that she had turned her face to the side so others couldn't see it clearly. Yun Mingqi rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao and walked away by herself. It's over, it's all over now. Mingqi's definitely jealous. Ling Xiao looked at Yun Mingqi's graceful figure. I've never seen such an arrogant fellow like you. But senior sister likes it. Yu Lian stopped laughing and moved closer to Ling Xiao. Don't touch him again. Bing Ruoshui coldly snorted. All right, you two go to the side and deal with it yourselves. I want some peace and quiet, said Ling Xiao. The two women sensed Ling Xiao's depressed mood and glared at him. Then they let go of Ling Xiao and each found a place to sit down. How do I explain this time? Ling Xiao sat down on the ground and thought bitterly. Forget it. It's better to increase my strength first. Ling Xiao lightly sighed and closed his eyes to meditate. 3 days quickly passed. During these 3 days, there were attendants and disciples taking turns harvesting crystals. Their speed was 10 times faster than using prisoners. If this continued, they would be able to harvest all the profound crystals in less than 10 days. During these 3 days, with the help of the mischievous grass, Ling Xiao continuously used the fire poison here to refine his organs. The third transformation of the Vajra 5 changes secret was advancing very quickly. He believed that as long as he persisted for a while more, he would be able to reach the middle stage. This speed left Ling Xiao speechless. At the same time, the profound qi within his body had reached a full state. The third layer acupoint of the 3 parts returning origin qi had already been filled by half. He was a bit closer to the third layer. Another thing worth mentioning was that the fire qilin actually didn't want to return to the spirit beast wristband after being released at night. This caused Ling Xiao to feel a bit vexed, but there was nothing he could do. After all, this little fellow was following him, but it wasn't his protective spirit beast. There was nothing he could do to force it. The sudden appearance of this cute little spirit beast caused Yu Lian to be both surprised and happy. Unfortunately, the fire qilin was something that no one besides Ling Xiao could touch. This caused Yu Lian to be very dissatisfied. She kept pestering Ling Xiao to let her play with this little fellow for a few days. However, Bing Ruoshui was also often by Ling Xiao's side, not allowing Yu Lian to make a move on him. The two of them were often full of gunpowder, but in the end, they couldn't fight. Ling Xiao was very puzzled. These two girls probably had a grudge in their previous lives. In this life, they will be enemies. One ice and one fire, it's really hard for ice and fire to melt. After 3 days of peace, on the 4th day, there was news that a fire rat had appeared in the crystal mine, and several deacons were injured by it. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was there, so they were all scared but not hurt. However, the appearance of the fire rat caused Muin to be puzzled. Could it be that there is a rat nest near the crystal mine? Whether there was a rat nest near the crystal mine or not, for the time being. On this day, Mu En, Zhang Li, and Yun Mingqi all gathered together, as if they were facing a great enemy, and flew into the air at the same time. Mu En said in a clear voice to the front, "Who are you? Since you're here, why don't you show yourself?" Immediately after, in the forest of the Flame Valley, several figures shot out at the same time. One of them laughed and said, "Truly worthy of being an elder of the Purple Heaven sect. We haven't even arrived yet, but we've already been discovered by you. Truly amazing." Chapter 213. It's people from the moon-worshipping sect. Everyone be careful. Mu En transmitted to Zhang Li and Yun Mingqi. Gazing at Mu En and the others from afar were 5 people wearing black robes. There were 4 men and 1 woman. Other than the woman, the 4 men all looked to be middle-aged, but in reality, they were the same age as Mu En and the others. They were all over 100 years old. The woman had a veil on her face just like Yun Mengqi, but her veil was purple, while Yun Mengqi's veil was purple, so her appearance couldn't be seen clearly. However, from her alluring figure, she should belong to the type of young married woman, the type that all men couldn't help but drool when they saw her. So it's an elder of the moon-worshipping sect. What business do you have with my purple sky sect? Muin asked the 5. At the same time, he was also on guard. The other party had hidden their tracks and had come here. Could it be that the news of the crystal mine had been leaked? I am Muji of the moon-worshipping sect. These are my sect's elders. We just happened to pass by here and found out that your sect's elders are here to take care of business. Please forgive us for disturbing you." The woman with the purple veil bowed slightly to Mu En and the others. Her voice was like clear spring water that seeped into the hearts of those who heard it. It was very pleasant to listen to. Mu En and Zhang Li were surprised when they heard the other party's name. Mu En regained his composure and said, "So it's the moon-worshipping sect's moon maiden. This old man has been disrespectful. I am the Purple Sky sect's with Flag Peaks Mu En. If you don't have anything else to say, please leave. My sect is here to take care of business, so we won't entertain you. Please forgive us for our lack of respect." Of course we know that your esteemed sect is doing business here, but this seems to be the boundary between our two sections. It just so happens that we also have something to do here, so it shouldn't hinder your esteemed sect, right? A skinny old man beside Muji laughed heartily. His demeanor seemed to be extremely rude and arrogant. Mu En's expression sank and he asked, This old man is Wu Wei." The skinny old man arrogantly stroked his white beard. "What? Senior apprentice brother Mu, have you heard of an elder like this in the moon-worshipping sect?" Zhang Li asked. "Never heard of it," Mu En replied indifferently. Actually, all of them knew of Wu Wei. He was a newly promoted elder of moon-worshipping sect, and he'd just broken through to the king rank not too long ago. Every time a king rank expert was born among the various sects, it would attract the attention of the other sections. However, Zhang Li and Mu En deliberately said that because they couldn't stand Wu Wei's arrogant expression, their Purple Sky sect and moon-worshipping sect were neighboring sections. Both sects' strength was about the same, but Purple Sky sect's ranking was above moon-worshipping sect. And this Wu Wei had a high and mighty appearance, as if he was the sect master of moon-worshipping sect, which was extremely annoying. On the other hand, Zhang Li and Mu En were both famous figures who had advanced to the king rank a long time ago, so they naturally wouldn't lose to this kind of junior. This was a matter of great importance that concerned the dignity of the Purple Sky sect, so they absolutely couldn't be careless. "What did you say? You don't recognize me, Wu Wei?" The old man who referred to himself as Wu Wei exclaimed in displeasure. "Moon-worshipping sect's sect master Mu and Her Highness, Moon Maiden, we have long since heard of you, but you look very familiar," Zhang Li said bluntly. "Bastards, you actually dare to look down on this king." Wu Wei cursed loudly, and his sharp golden spiritual energy instantly surged, causing the surrounding area to become chaotic with howling winds. Wu Wei had advanced to the king rank for more than a year, and he had enjoyed the treatment of an elder in the moon-worshipping sect. All the attendants and disciples in the sect had to respectfully address him as Lord Elder when they saw him, and they all had to flatter him. That kind of feeling made him feel extremely refreshed. This had also caused him to develop an excessively arrogant attitude, as if he was saying, "I am number one under heaven, and you all have to listen to my orders." That kind of arrogance and conceit. In the moon-worshipping sect, the elders didn't pay attention to his behavior. Anyone who broke through to the king rank would be complacent and arrogant. After all, the strongest people in the Northwest were king rank experts. In this hot land, they were the high and mighty kings. "What? Are you sure you want to fight here?" Mu En indifferently looked at Wu Wei. "I want to let everyone in the Purple Sky sect know of this king's prestige." Wu Wei couldn't stand being ignored by others, and he actually wanted to attack Mu En and the others. At this time, Muji shouted from the side, "Elder Wu, don't be rude. Get back here." "Moon Maiden, they're going too far," Wu Wei said unhappily. "Enough, these two are seniors of the Purple Sky sect. We can't be rude," Muji said softly. Wu Wei didn't dare disobey Muji's orders, and he could only restrain his aura and retreat behind Muji. But his eyes flashed with a strong unwillingness, and he secretly said, "I'll definitely get back at them." Muji's gaze landed on Yun Mingqi, and she changed the topic. "I presume this must be the precious daughter of your sect master, Sister Mingqi?" "This one is indeed Yun Mingqi. What advice does Moon Maiden have for me?" Yun Mingqi replied in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. "I wouldn't dare. For Sister Mingqi to reach the king rank at such a young age, your future is limitless, Mu Ji praised. Mu En and Zhang Li didn't understand what Mu Ji was planning. However, Yun Mingqi wasn't the kind of person who would be praised to the heavens just because of a few words. She said to Mu Ji, "Sister Moon Maiden is exaggerating. You're the famous genius of our northwest region. Compared to Sister, I'm still far from being able to compare. In the future, Mingqi will definitely come to the moon-worshipping sect to discuss things with Sister. It's just that Sister has important matters to attend to right now." Mu En and Zhang Li exclaimed inwardly, "Miss is really smart." No matter what Mu Ji's intentions were, if they stayed here for even a second longer, they would discover the location of the crystal mine. Mu En and the others didn't want this matter to be discovered. Although they weren't afraid of Mu Ji and the others, if the other side really wanted to force their way in, they wouldn't be able to resist. After all, they only had 3 kings, while the other side had 5. Yun Mingqi had used Mu Ji's words to ask them to leave. Mu Ji laughed lightly, "Sister is too modest. Since Sister wants to discuss things with me, there's no time like the present. Why don't we discuss things now?" Hearing this, Mu En and Zhang Li's expressions changed slightly. Yun Mingqi replied, "Elder sister, are you making things difficult for me?" Just as Mu Ji was about to speak, Mu En frowned and shouted, "How dare you? Who dares to invade our Purple Sky Sect's camp?" Then he made a grabbing motion with one hand, and a beam of green spiritual energy smashed down towards the ground. Rumble! A large area of trees was immediately smashed into powder, and the ground caved in by more than 10 meters. The might of a king stage expert was actually this powerful. A figure had already rushed out from the place where the explosion had struck, and he directly flew into the air. This person was unexpectedly also a king stage expert. All the attendants and disciples in the crystal mine were shocked by the explosion, and they all rushed out of the cave. Everyone looked up at the expert in the air, and they all felt that something big was about to happen. The old man who had flown up from the ground looked at Mu En and sneered, "Mu En, is this how you treat an old friend?" This person was wearing a moon robe just like Mu Ji and the others. He had hawk-like eyes, a hooked nose, and a high forehead. He was tall and thin, and his aura was abnormally overbearing. "It's you!" Mu En was slightly moved when he saw the person's face. The old man retreated to Mu Ji's side and said, "It seems that you still haven't forgotten this old friend of yours." How could I forget King Qi's fame? But why did King Qi sneak into my sect's camp?" Mu En coldly snorted. This person was moon-worshipping sect's king stage expert, Qi Ding. He was also a mid-stage king stage expert like Mu En, and he was famous in the northwest. The moon-worshipping sect had dispatched 6 king stage experts, and their movements were extremely secretive. It seemed that they had come with ill intentions. "Mu En, I won't beat around the bush with you. There was actually a crystal mine in Flame Volcano, and most of it was taken by your Purple Sky sect. The rest was left for our moon-worshipping sect. If you eat the meat, you should also leave some leftovers for us. Don't you think so?" Qi Ding spoke bluntly. Mu En and the other two's expressions all changed when they heard this. "Qi Ding, your words are incorrect. Flame Volcano Valley is my sect's territory, and the crystal mine here naturally belongs to my sect. Please leave as soon as possible to avoid ruining the good relationship between our 2 sects," said Mu En indifferently. "Mu En, your words are incorrect. Flame Volcano Valley is the boundary between our 2 sects, and the crystal mine here just so happens to be in the middle of Flame Volcano Valley. Both our sects have a share, and since the crystal mine was discovered by you first, our sect won't pursue the matter of who obtained it first. Now that our sect knows about it, the remaining crystal mine naturally belongs to our sect," said Qi Ding firmly. "What if I don't hand over the rest?" Mu En coldly asked. At the same time, he had already begun to raise his guard. "You really have guts. We have 6 people and you only have 3. You still dare to contend against us? Senior apprentice brother Qi, don't waste any more words with him. Let's destroy them together, and then the crystal mine will belong to our moon-worshipping sect," said Wu Wei, who had just spoken. "How dare you?" Mu En and Zhang Li shouted in unison. Heh, it seems you still haven't recognized the situation. If you don't retreat within a quarter of an hour, I'll kill all of your Purple Sky Sects people. Wu Wei laughed sinisterly, and a ball of golden spiritual energy condensed in his palm. It seemed he was ready to attack at any moment. Junior apprentice brother Wu, don't be anxious. Give them 3 breaths of time to consider, said Qi Ding indifferently. Qi Ding, you knew, do you really want to become enemies with our Purple Sky Sect? Mu En narrowed his eyes. That's not true. We also don't want to make a big fuss. As long as you take a step back and retreat, our 2 sects will still be able to coexist peacefully. Qi Ding acted as if he had already eaten Mu En and the others. Senior apprentice brother Mu, it seems that this matter won't end peacefully. Why don't we fight them until the fish breaks the net? Zhang Li said indignantly. Mu En hesitated for a moment before saying, in truth, there aren't many profound crystals left. Even if we give it to the moon-worshipping sect, there's no harm in doing so. But this is my sect's territory. If we retreat today, it will definitely damage our sect's reputation. We can only fight. He then turned to Yun Mingqi and said, young miss, junior apprentice brother Zhang and I will fight with them. You should take advantage of this opportunity to escape as quickly as possible. When you return to the sect, you must report this matter to the sect master. In the future, the moon-worshipping sect will definitely give you an explanation. I won't run. Yun Mingqi's beautiful eyes flashed with determination. Chapter 214. 3 breaths have passed. It's up to you to decide whether to fight or to make peace, said Qi Ding. Qi Ding, you're going too far. Mu En took a deep breath and released his king-level aura. Stubborn fool, let's go and leave no one alive. Qi Ding viciously said, his fire attribute aura exploding out. I've long since grown impatient. I'll make sure your Purple Sky Sect people remember how powerful I am. Wu Wei shouted and the golden spirit energy in his hands smashed towards Mu En. I'd like to see what you're capable of, Mu En replied and disappeared in an instant. Junior apprentice brother Wu, be careful. He's behind you. Qi Ding warned as he flew forward. Hearing Qi Ding's warning, Wu Wei hastily retreated to defend, but Mu En's attack had already arrived. Boom! Ah! Wu Wei screamed as he was smashed down from the sky by Mu En. At this time, Qi Ding had already arrived at Mu En's side, and the two immediately began fighting. On the other side, the kings of the moon-worshipping sect quickly split into 3 groups. One went to help Qi Ding kill Mu En, the other 2 went to fight Zhang Li, and Mu Ji went to fight Yun Mingqi. Elder sister, don't you know that doing this will bring disaster to your sect? Yun Mingqi looked at Mu Ji. Mu Ji replied, as long as you all stay here, who will know that we did it? 2 crescent blades appeared in her hands. The blades emitted a biting cold aura, and the dazzling light they emitted made it hard for people to look directly at them. These 2 crescent blades were shockingly Tier 3 high-tier sabers, and belonged to the Tier 3 premium grade. Since that's the case, then I'll have to ask Elder Sister for a few pointers. Yun Mingqi's hand flashed and a blue long sword appeared in her hand. This was the mid-tier 4th level soft-tide sword she had obtained in the secret realm. Good person, good sword, I wonder if your battle strength is the same? Mu Ji praised, and the 2 blades in her hands slashed out 2 sword attacks that were as dazzling as moonlight. Yun Mingqi didn't retreat, but instead advanced. The soft-tide sword in her hand slashed out wave after wave towards the moonlight sword attack. For a time, shocking sounds of battle rang out in the sky, and colorful spiritual energy bloomed like fireworks. The deacons and disciples of the Purple Sky Sect all looked up at the fierce battle above, and there was a surging fighting spirit in their hearts. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do to help. Who is this person? He actually dares to challenge the elders? Who knows? They're definitely here to cause trouble. Aren't you just spouting nonsense? Look, there are a total of 6 king-level powerhouses, so they definitely came prepared. Perhaps they already know about this crystal mine and are here to steal it. You're right. It looks like this won't end well. Wu Wei, who was blasted down by Mu En's palm, climbed up from the ground. His whole body was covered in dirt and blood, and he looked very embarrassed. Damn it, I was too careless. Wu Wei spat out a mouthful of saliva and cursed. Then he raised his head to look at the sky. Right now, Muan was surrounded by Qi Ding and another king-level powerhouse, and Zhongli was also surrounded by two people. The moon-worshipping sect had the upper hand, and it seemed that it wouldn't be long before Mu En and the others would be defeated. On the other side, Yun Mingqi had just advanced to the king level not too long ago, and there was a certain gap between her and Mu Ji. However, she relied on the advantage of her profound artifact and the blue-tier profound skill, soft tide overlapping, to fight Mu Ji to a standstill. Wu Wei thought to himself, it looks like there's no need for me to help. Senior brother Qi and the others will be able to get rid of these trash from the Purple Sky sect. Then he looked at the deacons and disciples of the Purple Sky sect, and a sinister light flashed through his eyes. I'll take care of these little trash. Wu Wei shouted, and the golden spiritual energy in his hand blasted towards the deacons and disciples of the Purple Sky sect. Boom. A king-level move could use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to attack, and its power was earth-shattering. Wu Wei's move directly killed several deacons of the Purple Sky sect. You dare to kill our sect's people? Everyone, let's get rid of this guy together. Xing Zhantian shouted as he charged towards Wu Wei. With Xing Zhantian's shout, several deacons of the Purple Sky sect charged towards Wu Wei. Hee little trash, come at me. I'll kill as many as you come. Wu Wei licked his dry lips as he spoke fiercely. As an inner deacon, Xing Zhantian's position in the sect was quite high. Now that he was half a step to king level, he could just barely use half of his spiritual power to fight against Wu Wei. The other deacons who were charging over were also experts at the peak of the spirit master level. Wu Wei hadn't expected that the deacons of the Purple Sky sect would have such powerful strength. In addition to the internal injuries he had suffered from Mu En's attack, he was forced to continuously retreat by Xing Zhantian and the others. Bastard! Wu Wei's face lost all color, and with a shout, his fists continuously blasted out powerful golden fist shadows. Boom boom, poo-pew. Two deacons of the Purple Sky sect had their chests pierced through and died. Son of AB***, I'll take you down with me. Xing Zhantian cursed. His expression was resolute, and the long spear in his hand spun out an incomparably powerful spear shadow that stabbed towards Wu Wei. You don't have the qualifications to take me down with you. Wu Wei raised a single hand, and the golden spirit energy condensed into a blade shadow that smashed heavily against the spear shadow. Immediately, the spear shadow dissipated, and the blade continued to slash towards Xing Zhantian. Although there was only a single step between half a step into the king level and the king level, the difference in strength was incomparable. Seeing that the blade shadow was about to smash into Xing Zhantian, one of the deacons of the Purple Sky sect sent Xing Zhantian flying, avoiding the fate of being dismembered. At the same time, the 20 or so deacons and disciples of the Purple Sky sect all became incomparably indignant, and they all took out their profound level weapons to attack Wu Wei. A grain of light dares to compete with the bright moon. Wu Wei said disdainfully. His entire body released its aura, and his fists punched out several times, completely disintegrating the attacks of the Purple Sky sect. Wu Wei had thought that he had blocked all the attacks. Unexpectedly, an icy chill and a wave of heat pierced towards him from behind. As a king-level expert, Wu Wei's reflexes were extremely sharp. As soon as he sensed a trace of danger, he immediately soared into the air. The two attacks that had pierced towards him had both fallen behind. You actually dared to launch a sneak attack. I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Wu Wei said malevolently as he looked at the two beautiful figures below him. At the same time, a beam of golden spirit energy shot towards the two of them like the wind. The two of them hastily retreated, but the beam of golden spirit energy seemed to have eyes of its own and continued to chase after them. Just as the beam of golden spirit energy was about to pierce through their chests, several axe shadows shot out from the side, shaking off the two beams of spirit energy in time. Only then did the two of them manage to escape. The two people who had launched a sneak attack on Wu Wei were Bing Ruoshui and Yu Lian, and the one who had saved them was Shi Tianhou. Good, Good, you were actually able to escape one of my attacks. Let me see how many more of my attacks you can escape. Wu Wei sneered condescendingly. He spread out his palms, and once again began to refine his spirit energy attack. At this time, the deacons of the Purple Sky sect once again reorganized their formation, and a beam of spirit energy shot upwards to attack. Shi Tianhou glanced at a corner and shouted, "Senior apprentice brother, you're trying to escape again?" The one who had been preparing to escape was Huang Yifeng. When he heard Shi Tianhou's shout, his body stiffened slightly, and he immediately ran even faster. Hateful villain! Shi Tianhou cursed angrily. At this time, the fierce battle in the air had already reached its climax. Mu En and Zhang Li had already suffered quite a few injuries, but they still used all their strength to contend with them. As for Wu Wei, he still continued to abuse the Purple Sky sect. Seeing the deacons of the Purple Sky sect being killed by him, he felt very proud in his heart. Damned Purple Sky sect, you actually dare to look down on this king. This king will let you all die. Wu Wei muttered as he controlled his spirit energy attack in midair. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he saw a person actually quickly escaping. If I let you escape from under my eyes, wouldn't that be ruining this king's prestige? Wu En said with a sneer. His hand condensed into a blade, and he casually waved it. Shio! The golden blade cut through the air like the wind, chopping towards the escaping Huang Yifeng. Huang Yifeng seemed to sense danger, and stopped to look back. No! His eyes bulged out, and he cried out in alarm. The blade directly sank into his waist. Blood splattered everywhere, and his head was separated from his body. Let's see who still dares to escape. Wu Wei laughed, and continued to kill the deacons of the Purple Sky sect. Among so many people, there was still one person who did not participate in the battle. He was hiding behind a huge rock, watching the battle coldly. This person was Ling Xiao. He was only a high-level mystic cultivator, and his strength was the lowest. He did not have the qualifications to participate in this kind of battle, but it did not mean that he was afraid before the battle. Right now, he was only thinking about how to help the sect through this crisis. The difference in strength is too great, there is no way to resist. Ling Xiao thought about it, but could not think of a good plan, and could not help but say sadly. Seeing the sect deacons being killed one by one, Ling Xiao became more and more anxious. At this rate, it would be his turn sooner or later. Fuck, I'll go all out. Ling Xiao seemed to have made up his mind, and then he said to the fire Qilin on his shoulder, "Prodigal boy, bring me up." The fire Qilin listened to Ling Xiao's words and immediately grew to 2 meters long. Its majestic appearance exuded a noble and domineering aura. If only you were already a 4th-rank spirit beast. Ling Xiao jumped onto the fire Qilin's back and rubbed its head with a sigh. When the fire Qilin was at the middle of the 3rd rank, it had been able to fight against the 4th-rank lunar wind beast. But in the end, it was still not a match for it. Although it had reached the peak of the 3rd rank, it was still not at the 4th rank. There was still a large gap between it and a king rank expert. Otherwise, it would be able to go all out with these people. Wu Wei was killing from a high vantage point, and he did not notice that a man and a beast were quietly approaching from behind. The Purple Sky sect's deacons and disciples looked up and saw Ling Xiao's movements. They couldn't help but be flabbergasted. Bing Ruoxue, Yu Laiyan, and Shi Tianhou also saw it, and they were both happy and worried. They were happy because they hadn't expected Ling Xiao to have another move. He actually had a spirit beast that could fly, but they were worried that Ling Xiao would be discovered by Wu Wei. If that was the case, then he would be in grave danger. Are you all stupid? This old man doesn't want to play anymore. Watch me destroy all of you in one move. Wu Wei looked down at the people of the Purple Sky sect who were in a daze, thinking that they were afraid of him. He immediately laughed coldly and condensed a powerful destructive move, intending to kill all of them in one go. Chapter 215. Wu Wei had lost himself in the slaughter, and many of the Purple Sky sect's attendants had already fallen to his hands. At this moment, he wanted to kill all the attendants and disciples of the Purple Sky sect in one fell swoop. The surrounding golden spiritual energy was like a swallow returning to its nest, crazily rushing toward Wu Wei. His entire body emitted a dazzling golden light, and from below, he looked like a golden sun god of war. His aura was extremely terrifying, and the pressure he exuded was enough to cause others to tremble in fear. "We're dead for sure. Everyone run." One of the attendants was scared out of his wits, and his entire body trembled as he turned to run. Xianxia also knew that if he continued to run, everyone would die here. He immediately ordered, "Everyone, scatter and run." He shouted and began to gather spiritual energy around his body in preparation for a final struggle. However, he just happened to see Ling Xiao gradually approaching Wu Wei. His eyes jumped a few times, and he thought to himself, "Does this kid have a plan?" Even though he knew that Ling Xiao's strength was weak, when it came to life and death, he could only place his hopes on this unexpected kid. At this time, Wu Wei finished gathering his energy, and 2 golden balls of spiritual energy appeared between his palms, emitting a terrifying pressure. The breathing of the people below him quickened. At this time, Mu En, who was fighting with Qi Ding and the others, sensed something and shouted at Wu Wei, "If you dare to kill us all, our Purple Sky sect will fight to the death with your moon-worshipping sect." In a moment of distraction, Mu En was struck in the chest by Qi Ding's palm, and his entire body flew back several hundred meters as he violently spat out a mouthful of blood. On the other side, Zhongli wasn't much better. Wu Wei laughed even more proudly, "If we kill all of you, the Purple Sky sect won't know that we did it. Go to hell." At this time, Qi Ding suddenly caught sight of Ling Xiao approaching Wu Wei. His eyes jumped, and he immediately shouted, "Junior brother Wu, behind you." "Oh no." Ling Xiao cried out and softly called out to the Fire Qilin, "Hurry up, you wastrel." The Fire Qilin received Ling Xiao's instructions and suddenly sped up, arriving 10 meters away from Wu Wei in an instant. Wu Wei turned his head and was slightly astonished. This is a divine beast Qilin? That's impossible." Wu Wei murmured to himself in disbelief. He had completely ignored Ling Xiao's existence because a mere high-level mystic cultivator was nothing more than an ant in his eyes. He was not worth paying attention to at all. Good chance. Ling Xiao did not expect Wu Wei to not make a move against him. The spiritual power that he had been accumulating erupted in an instant. Gathering blade rend. Ling Xiao cried out in shock. Both his hands turned into fingers and lightly tapped his temples. Instantly, the mental energy within his sea of wisdom surged out, condensing into an invisible blade that pierced towards Wu Wei's sea of wisdom. This was Ling Xiao's strongest psychic attack. In the past, he had always used the condensed needle stab, but the current opponent's level was too far apart. He only had one chance to strike, and if he missed it, he would die. Condensed blade rend was used by Ling Xiao to condense his spiritual energy into the shape of a sharp blade to break down the beast pill when he was refining Tier 3 elixir pills. By condensing all of his spiritual energy into a blade, it was many times more powerful than when he was refining elixir pills. Ling Xiao was confident that even a spirit master would not be able to survive this attack. As for the power of a king stage super expert, it was already beyond his imagination, so he did not dare to make wild guesses. Ling Xiao had not yet cultivated the first stage of the mind-controlling art. Otherwise, he would be able to condense his spiritual energy into all kinds of attacks, and the power would be even more extraordinary. Wu Wei heard Ling Xiao's shout and laughed. "Ha! A mere mystic cultivator dares to..." However, before he could finish speaking, he seemed to have sensed something, and a bad premonition came over him. All of a sudden, he felt as if something had broken out of his shell and entered his mind. His spiritual sea felt like it was being heavily slashed. Wu Wei let out a shocking scream, and his entire person seemed to have lost his mind, rolling around in the air while holding his head. "It's done!" Ling Xiao laughed and immediately shouted to Fire Qilin, "Prodigal boy, get rid of him for me." Fire Qilin let out a happy cry, and opened its mouth to spit out a flame towards the heavily injured Wu Wei. As soon as Wu Wei was touched by the flame, he screamed even more miserably. He waved his hands non-stop, and balls of golden spiritual energy flew everywhere. Boom boom boom. The people of the Purple Sky sect below him quickly took the opportunity to hide, and Ling Xiao, who was riding on Fire Qilin, did not dare to approach. Suddenly, a golden light actually blasted towards Ling Xiao. Seeing that the golden light was right in front of him, Ling Xiao's face was pale with fright, and he could not help but let out a strange cry, "Oh no!" Fortunately, Fire Qilin's reaction was extremely fast, and it resentfully avoided that terrifying attack. Boom boom. The golden light rushed towards the crater behind Ling Xiao, and there was a shocking explosion. The crater was immediately filled with flying ash. "You scared me to death. Go over there, you wastrel. I want to kill him with my own hands." Ling Xiao patted his chest. It was obvious that he had been scared out of his wits. He immediately directed the Fire Qilin to attack the screaming Wu Wei. "Little thief, you dare!" Qi Ding, who was not far away, saw that Wu Wei was in danger, and saw that Ling Xiao was attacking again. He could not help but shout angrily, and his whole body flew towards Ling Xiao. However, Qi Ding was a little far from Wu Wei, and in the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao had arrived in front of Wu Wei, who was being burned and falling down. "Let me give you a quick death." Ling Xiao raised the blazing flame sword high, and with a shout, the sword in his hand fell down. Blood blossomed, and the body was decapitated. The stench of burning corpses. Whether it was the King Stage people who were fighting, or the attendants and disciples of the Purple Sky sect below, they all clearly saw this shocking scene. A King Stage expert had fallen at the hands of a high-level mystic cultivator. If word of this were to spread, no one would believe it even if they were beaten to death. However, the truth was right in front of them, and they had no choice but to believe it. Is that King Stage expert dead? I'm not dreaming, am I? It should be true because I saw it too. We can't possibly have the same dream. Too powerful. He can even kill a King Stage expert. This kid will definitely raise the prestige of our sect in the future. Don't celebrate too early. They still have a few King Stage experts. Below, the attendants and disciples of the Purple Sky sect cried out in alarm. Bing Ruoxue, Yu Lian, and Shi Tianhou were also shocked by this scene. They had never imagined that Ling Xiao would have such a method. It had to be known that this King Stage expert had almost killed all of them, but Ling Xiao had killed him so effortlessly. This was too unbelievable. "Ling Xiao, be careful." Down below, Xing Zhantian was the first to respond. When he saw Qi Ding charging at Ling Xiao like the wind, he quickly warned him. "Damn it, you wastrel, run." Ling Xiao cried out and urged the Fire Qilin to flee. He had only been able to kill Wu Wei by relying on a sneak attack and luck. Moreover, his spiritual force had been depleted by 90%, so he didn't have the strength to kill a King Stage expert anymore. He had no choice but to flee. Although the Fire Qilin's strength hadn't reached the 4th stage, its speed was much faster than Qi Ding's, who was a King Stage expert. In the blink of an eye, it had fled a kilometer away. "Ah, you damned bastard, I'll kill all of you." Qi Ding screamed madly. He hadn't expected that a mere high-level mystic cultivator would have such a cunning method. Not only had he killed one of their King Stage experts, but he had also been able to escape right in front of his eyes. This was a great humiliation to him, and he could only vent all his anger on the people of the Purple Sky sect. However, just as he was about to kill everyone from the Purple Sky sect, a series of hair-raising screams rang out. The screams were densely packed, sharp and ear-piercing, and it was very irritating to listen to. So many fire rats. A deacon from the Purple Sky sect was the first to notice the abnormality. They saw that at the entrance of the crystal mine where they had been digging, crimson rat spirit beasts ran out one after another. Each rat spirit beast was more than 2 meters long, and their red fur stood up like needles. Their crimson red eyes were filled with violence, and their 2 sharp fangs were exposed, showing their fierce nature. These were obviously 3rd stage fire rats. If it was just one fire rat, it wouldn't have surprised them. After all, fire rats would occasionally appear during crystal mining, and with their strength as spirit masters, it was relatively easy to deal with them. But now, in front of them was a large group of fire rats. At a glance, there were at least 100 of them, and it seemed to be more than that, because there were still fire rats coming out of the crystal mine. This made everyone's hair stand on end. How can there be so many fire rats? That must be a rat nest. A Purple Sky sect disciple's face turned pale, and he said in disbelief as he kept retreating. In the end, he turned around and ran. What a joke! If they didn't run, they would all die. Every fire rat had the strength of a third stage low to a high stage, which was relative to a spirit master's strength. There were more than 100 of them, and it was enough to kill them all here. Look, what's that? Someone pointed at the mouth of the volcano and exclaimed. It's also a fire rat, so many. A deacon with better eyesight exclaimed with a trembling voice. In an instant, all the deacons and disciples of the Purple Sky sect began to flee towards the direction of Flame Valley. The few king steps in the air also saw this shocking change and stopped fighting one after another. Yun Mingqi and Mu Ji's battle was a draw, and both of them were injured. As for Mu En and Zhang Li, they were both heavily injured and could barely fly in midair. While the people of the moon-worshipping sect were still in a daze, Mu En called out, "Miss, Junior Zhang, let's go." After calling out, the three of them used all their strength to escape. Before Yun Mingqi escaped, her beautiful eyes looked deeply in one direction, and she prayed in her heart, "You must come back." GGG. A series of ear-piercing screeches echoed throughout the flaming valley. Countless fire rats instantly filled the entire area. Looking down from the sky, the uncountable number of fire rats was shocking to the extreme. This was a rat tide. Chapter 216. Moon Lady, Senior Brother Qi, Mu En and the others have escaped. Let's chase after them. An elder of the moon-worshipping sect exclaimed. Forget it. If they want to escape, we won't be able to stop them, said Mu Ji indifferently. At the same time, she took out 2 medicinal pills and stuffed them into her mouth. The battle with Yun Mingqi had consumed a lot of his energy. Although she and Yun Mingqi were both at the early stages of the King Realm, she had reached the King Realm a few years earlier than Yun Mingqi. She believed that her control of spiritual energy and battle experience was far superior to Yun Mingqi's. She had thought that she had already won. But Yun Mingqi was actually able to fight to a draw with her. Furthermore, she felt that Yun Mingqi definitely had some tricks up her sleeves. She was even more amazed by Yun Mingqi. He had only stepped foot into the king rank for less than a year, yet he actually possessed such strength. It seemed like he would definitely be a formidable opponent in the future. Elder Qi, what should we do now? Mu Ji walked up to Qi Ding and asked. Qi Ding's position in the moon-worshipping sect was quite high. Although Mu Ji was a moon maiden, she knew that she had to respect his opinion. These fire rats came from the crystal mine, and the number of them at the mouth of the volcano is even more terrifying. It looks like there must be something extraordinary about this fiery valley to be able to produce a crystal mine. It's a pity that we received the news too late. It's really lucky for the Purple Sky sect, said Qi Ding. He paused for a moment before continuing. There should be quite a lot of crystal mines here, but there are so many fire rats now. Even if we can kill them all, I'm afraid that the crystal mine will also be destroyed. That won't be easy. For a time, everyone from the moon-worshipping sect fell silent. In the end, Mu Ji broke the silence and said, "Why don't we go back to the sect to report? There's no need to rush this matter. Let's go investigate first to avoid being used by others." Qi Ding waved his hand. Then, the 5 of them slowly descended from the sky towards the crystal mine. The moment the fire rats saw the humans, they immediately pounced on the 5 of them. There were so many of them that if it was a spirit master, they would be so scared that their legs would go soft. However, a king rank was a king rank after all. With a wave of their hands, a few streaks of spiritual energy appeared out of thin air. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, dozens of fire rats were killed. However, these fire rats did not seem to be afraid of death. One by one, they pounced towards the moon-worshipping sect members. A water element king stage cultivator stood up and said, "Moon Lady, Senior Qi, you guys go in and take a look. We'll stop these damned rats." Mu Ji and Qi Ding didn't say anything as they walked into the cave side by side. The remaining 3 king stage warriors immediately started killing the fire rats that were charging at them. However, not long after Mu Ji and Qi Ding walked in, a huge crack appeared in the crystal mine. Then 2 figures flew out from the cave entrance. The spirit-worshipping Qi Tu sect Ding sect. Tun sect, sects 2 flew. And the others didn't. Ding spirit Yun followed. When the others heard the call, they didn't stop and immediately chased after them. The few of them hovered in midair again, and one of the king stage cultivators asked, "Senior Qi, did you say that there are level 4 fire rats inside?" Time, Mu Mu sect with sect. Spirit sect? Sect, sect, rank, time and sect, sect, how, Mu, how and how Yun, time as, spirit, how. How is this possible? Is there a crystal mine? Don't tell me that person lied to us? That king asked. No, there should be a crystal mine. I just saw the purple sky sects people come out. It's just that there are fire rats inside, so we can't check, Qi Ding said. Then what should we do? Are we just going to let it go? Wang Jie asked. Moon Lady, what do you think? Qi Ding asked Mu Ji, who was deep in thought. Since the purple sky sect has been mining here for a period of time, there must be a lot of glazed crystals inside. But most of the glazed crystals should have been taken by the purple sky sect. If we want to kill all these fire rats, we will have to pay a lot to get the rest of the glazed crystals. If we get enough glazed crystals, it will make sense. But if there are very few glazed crystals left, I'm afraid it will not be worth it, Mu Ji analyzed. So you're saying that we're giving up? Qi Ding asked. Mu Ji replied, I think we should go back and report to the sect master and let him decide. Maybe it's as Elder Qi said, and there really is a treasure here. Yes, it seems like that's the only way. But with a 4th level fire rat here, even the sect master or the previous generation's elders would have a headache, Qi Ding said with a bitter smile. He then said, Junior Wu has fallen. I'm afraid the sect master will scold us when we go back. It doesn't matter if he's scolded, but I think we should think about how to explain his death, Mu Ji said. As soon as she said this, everyone revealed a strange expression. Could they go back and report to the sect master that Wu Wei was killed by a high-level mystic cultivator? They were afraid that the moment they said this, they would be chopped alive by the sect master. Was there really a king stage expert who was killed by a mere high-level mystic cultivator? Only they knew the answer to that question. Everyone left, leaving only one person riding a majestic fiery red spirit beast, wandering around the other side of the crater. This person was none other than the one who had killed Wu Wei and escaped, Ling Xiao. He and the fire Qilin hadn't escaped very far just now. They had only circled to the other side of the volcano so that no one could discover their presence. And Ling Xiao also had a panoramic view of the fire rats that were coming out of the volcano one after another. From afar he felt his hair stand on end. These furry fellows were really disgusting. It was even more disgusting than when he saw the black devouring ants in the desolate mountain abyss. What the hell is going on? Why are there so many fire rats all of a sudden? Is there a rat nest beneath this volcano? Ling Xiao crossed his arms and mumbled to himself. Forget it, I can't stay here for long. It'll be troublesome if those fellows come again. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and decided to leave. He was afraid that if they came after him, he would be in trouble. But then he thought of Yun Mingqi and wondered how she was doing. So he called the fire Qilin back to check on the situation. By the time he returned, everyone had already dispersed. Only the fire rats were still coming out, as if they were fleeing for their lives. Ling Xiao was even more puzzled, but he also knew that something was definitely going to happen to Fire Valley. Just as he was about to leave, the nearby volcano suddenly exploded with an earth-shattering sound. Boom boom boom. That sound was like thunder rumbling through the 9 skies, its momentum shaking the heavens. Ling Xiao was so shaken that he almost fell off the fire Qilin. His eardrums were ringing, and he could see stars in front of him. Damn, the volcano erupted. Ling Xiao hugged the fire Qilin tightly and turned to look. All he saw was a ball of fire shooting into the sky. In mid-air, streams of molten lava shot out from the volcano. In an instant, the temperature rose by tens of degrees, turning the place into a sea of fire purgatory. A large number of fire rats were engulfed by the sea of fire. They did not even manage to let out a few screams before they turned into a puddle of blood. Even their bones had dissipated. The nearby trees, herbs, rocks, and caves were also engulfed by the sea of fire. Sizzle, sizzle. Anything that came into contact with the molten lava made an ear-piercing sound. After an unknown period of time, the area within 100 miles of the volcano had turned into a land of molten lava. It was like a fiery red pool, filled with an unbearably high temperature. Ling Xiao looked at the power of heaven and earth from afar and felt that he was like a chestnut in the sea, extremely insignificant. A volcano eruption is so scary. Ling Xiao wiped his cold sweat and sighed. Let's go, prodigal. It's too hot here, I can't stand it. Ling Xiao said to the fire qilin. Unexpectedly, the fire qilin did not listen to him this time. It raised its head to the sky and roared, roar. It looked up to the sky and roared, roar. Hey, prodigal. Don't drag me down with you even if you want to die. Ling Xiao cried out in alarm. The volcano had already erupted twice, and he didn't know if it would erupt again. But the fire qilin wanted to bring him in the direction of the volcano again. If it erupted again, he was afraid that even his dregs would be washed away. Ling Xiao wasn't someone who was afraid of death, but he had already died once. He didn't want to die inexplicably now. However, the fire qilin didn't care about Ling Xiao's words at all. It flew straight to the top of the volcano. Ling Xiao looked down and saw a large expanse of molten lava rolling and surging in the mouth of the volcano. It seemed as if it would erupt at any time. Prodigal, you don't take things too hard. Let's leave quickly. When we return, I will definitely find you more beast cores to feed. Ling Xiao swallowed his saliva and said anxiously. However, before he could finish speaking, the fire qilin actually carried him into the mouth of the volcano. The volcano eruption alarmed everyone who had just left not long ago. Several king steps of the moon-worshipping sect clearly heard the explosion that soared into the sky. Qi Ding frowned and said, so it was a volcano eruption. No wonder so many fire rats ran out. It looks like we don't need to come back here anymore. Poor Junior Wu, he sacrificed himself in vain. One of the king's steps shook his head and sighed. No, we will definitely find that kid and take revenge for Junior Wu, another king step said. Mu Ji said from the side, let's think about how to deal with the Purple Sky sect's condemnation first. In the ruins of the city closest to Fire Valley, Changyi, Yang'an, Chaonan, and the others were all in a panic. The deacons and disciples who had escaped from Fire Valley gave them a brief explanation of the situation in the valley, scaring them so much that they didn't know what to say. For a moment, everyone called for their mounts to quickly fly away from the city. Just as they left, a large group of spirit beasts rushed out of Fire Valley. Everyone secretly sighed at their lucky escape. Zhantian, why are there only 10 of you? Where are the others and the elders? Yang'an asked Zhantian. Changyi said, that's right, where are they? Zhantian dispiritedly shook his head and sighed, dead, they're all dead. Their expressions changed and Yang'an anxiously asked, just what is going on? Sigh, let's hurry back first. I'll tell you on the way, Zhantian said with a heavy sigh. At this time, it just so happened that the mouth of the volcano was about to erupt. Everyone was like birds startled by the mere twang of a bough, and they were so frightened that they swayed a few times. Zhu Ruchang's head disciple, Lu Dong, was so frightened that he fell off his green wind crane. Ugh. Chapter 217. In the main hall of the Purple Sky sect, the peak lords of the 9 peaks were gathered together, along with quite a few of the higher-ranking elders of the various peaks. Everyone's expressions were extremely grim, and the atmosphere in the hall was oppressive. As the sect master, Yun Xiong broke the silence and said, everyone, what should we do? This matter involves a lot of people, so we shouldn't act rashly, said Su Jianan, the peak lord of Golden Tree Peak. Senior brother Su's words are wrong. The moon-worshipping sect actually dared to come to our sect and kill people. They clearly do not place our sect in their eyes, and they even injured 2 of our sect's elders. If we do not respond and this matter spreads out, our sect's prestige in the Northwest will definitely be damaged in the future. We might even be replaced by the moon-worshipping sect because of this. I believe that the moon-worshipping sect must give us an explanation for this matter. Otherwise, we will go to war with the moon-worshipping sect at all costs. Zhao Mingyuan shouted from the peak of Scarlet Flame Peak. Although Junior Mingyuan's words are correct, our sect's strength is similar to the moon-worshipping sects. If we rashly start a war, even if we destroy the moon-worshipping sect, our sect's strength will definitely be greatly damaged. At that time, the other sects will take advantage of this, and I'm afraid, are we just going to swallow this? That's impossible, Zhao Mingyuan said indignantly. Mu Huai, the Peak Lord of Wooden Flag Peak, said, Senior Su's words make sense, but I don't think we should just let this matter rest. What you said is not the same as not saying anything. The key is to come up with a feasible method that not only can we get back at them, but also minimize our losses. This is quite difficult. Su Jianan shook his head. There are no two ways about it. I don't think we should retreat from this matter, Wen Haiyan said firmly. I agree with junior sister, Wan Shou of the Beast region immediately agreed. I think we should think about this matter carefully. Nangong Changle stroked his white beard. For a moment, the elders in the hall were discussing amongst themselves, but none of them could come up with a solution. Yun Xiong frowned and said, Enough, I already have a plan for this matter. The moment he said this, all the elders' gazes focused on him. Yun Xiong said, Since the moon-worshipping sect doesn't care about the morality of our two sects, we must demand justice from them. Otherwise, they will think that our Purple Sky sect is easy to bully. All the elders in the hall nodded in agreement with Yun Xiong's decision. Although the strength of the two sects was about the same, the Purple Sky sect was ranked above the moon-worshipping sect after all. Now that the other party had come to bully them, if they didn't do anything, they would probably become a laughingstock. As the leader of a sect, Yun Xiong naturally could not afford to be weak at a time like this. Otherwise, how could he be in charge of such a big sect? Elders, do you have anything else to report? Yun Xiong asked. Ru Chang, who had returned from the Flame Valley, stood up and bowed. Sect Master, I have something to report. Yun Xiong replied, Elders, please speak. Sect Master, Herb Chasing Peak's inner sect disciple Ling Xiao, please leave the sect, said Ru Chang. As soon as these words came out, all the elders were puzzled. Ordinary disciples wouldn't be expelled from the sect if they didn't commit a grave mistake, especially inner disciples. Even if a disciple was to be expelled from the sect, it should be brought up by the Peak Lord to the Elders Guild and be expelled after unanimous approval. Now, Ruchang actually bypassed the Peak Lord Nangong Changle and brought it up in front of the sect master and the elders. This was undoubtedly disrespectful and dissatisfied towards Nangong Changle. Nangong Changle frowned in displeasure and said, Junior brother, why did you expel Ling Xiao from the sect? Why didn't you discuss this matter with me first? Chang Ying replied, Senior Martial Brother, Ling Xiao is your disciple, and I'm afraid that Senior Martial Brother will indulge him too much. That's why I reported this matter to the sect head first, in case Senior Martial Brother is deceived by a lowly person. According to what Junior Brother said, Ling Xiao must have made a grave mistake? Then tell me, what's going on with that brat Ling Xiao? Nangong Changle frowned and replied. At this time, Mu Huai smiled from the side and said, Since Medicine Peak doesn't want my disciple, why don't we let him stay in Wood Flag Peak? Mu Huai was Ling Xiao's master, and Mu Huai didn't know Ling Xiao's character very well, but he felt that he was a very serious and humble disciple. As long as Ling Xiao didn't make a grave mistake, Mu Huai definitely wouldn't let Ling Xiao leave so easily. A pure wood attribute body was a martial body that was rarely seen in 1,000 years. If Peak Lord Mu likes it, of course it's fine as long as he doesn't stay in Medicine Peak, Ruchang replied without minding. Elders, tell me first, what did Ling Xiao do wrong? Yun Xiong asked. He had a rather deep impression of Ling Xiao. He was a youth with multiple attributes, and the purity of his attributes was so high that no one in the sect could compare to him. Reporting to Sect Master, Ling Xiao's character is stubborn and mischievous. He likes to make decisions on his own, doesn't listen to his elders, and even dares to talk back to them. I feel that such a stubborn and mischievous disciple shouldn't be allowed to stay in the sect, Wuchang said. In his heart, he was thinking, I definitely can't let that bastard Ling Xiao return to Medicine Peak, never. Junior brother, is this the only reason you have? Nangong Changle asked with a dark expression. Nangong Changle knew a little about Ling Xiao's character, and he was definitely not like what his junior brother Wuchang had described him to be. Moreover, his junior brother's reason was not sufficient. If a disciple was just a little stubborn and mischievous, it didn't seem right to expel him from the sect. All the elders in the hall revealed expressions of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. They didn't agree with Zhu Ruchang's words at all. However, what Zhu Ruchang said next shocked everyone. I think that Ling Xiao might be a spy sent by the Spectre sect, Ruchang said indifferently. T. If you can't find evidence to prove that Ling Xiao is a spy from the Spectre sect, this old man isn't done with you. Mu Huai immediately stood up and scolded after hearing Zhu Ruchang's words. He cursed in his heart, this Ruchang is too despicable, he even dares to bring up such a groundless accusation. Yun Xiong, who was sitting on the upper seat, narrowed his eyes and said, Elder Zhu, you have to think twice before you speak. Yun Xiong also felt that Ruchang's words were not very trustworthy, but he was still a little worried. Someone said that the savage leopard escaped. I think this has something to do with Ling Xiao, Ruchang said indifferently while suppressing the fear in his heart. Actually, he was just randomly accusing Ling Xiao of a crime. How would he know if Ling Xiao was a spy from the Spectre sect? He originally thought that even if someone didn't believe him, they wouldn't care about what he said. Who knew that Mu Huai's reaction would be so intense? It seemed that he really doted on Ling Xiao. If he really offended Mu Huai because of this, Ruchang also felt that it was not worth it. He was indeed a third-grade alchemist, but compared to Mu Huai in the sect, he was still slightly inferior, so he really didn't want to offend Mu Huai unless he had no other choice. What does the escape of the savage leopard have to do with Ling Xiao? Yun Xiong asked in confusion. The savage leopard and the other prisoners were all saved from the fire poison, and the one who cured the fire poison was Ling Xiao. Why was the seal of the others not broken, but only the seal of the savage leopard was broken? Isn't this suspicious? Ruchang sneered. Although he didn't see with his own eyes whether Ling Xiao broke the seal of the savage leopard, according to the news reported by the deacon, it was indeed because after Ling Xiao cured the fire poison of the savage leopard broke the seal and escaped. The savage leopard was the prisoner who injured Ling Xiao and escaped. For a moment, all the elders in the hall fell into silence. If Ruchang's words were correct, then wouldn't it be as simple as kicking Ling Xiao out of the sect? Sect Master, I have something to say, Mu En said softly from the side. Ever since the battle with Qi Ding and the others, he had come back to recuperate for a few days. His injuries had somewhat recovered, and he was barely able to participate in this meeting. Speak, Elder Mu En, Yun Xiong said. I feel that Elder Zhu's words are complete nonsense, Mu En said coldly. As soon as these words came out, Ruchang's expression changed. Mu En continued. In my opinion, not only does that child Ling Xiao not need to be expelled from the sect, he should also be recorded as a great merit and be allowed to become a true disciple of our Wood Flag Peak. Mu En's words were very loud and powerful, and he did not hold back in defending Ling Xiao. Mu Huai was overjoyed and immediately replied, I agree with my senior brother's suggestion. Another voice sounded out, I agree with senior brother Mu's suggestion. If Mu Huai had agreed, then no one would have been surprised. However, there was another person who agreed, and that person was not Medicine Peak's Nangong Changle, but Scarlet Flame Peak's Elder Zhang Li. Elder Mu En, elderly, why are you protecting a spy? Ruchang asked with a red face. He had never expected that two great elders would stand up for Ling Xiao. If that was the case, then wouldn't his plan fail? He could not accept this. And you still have the nerve to say that? In Flame Valley, Ling Xiao can expel the fire poison because of his physique, and he helped most of the attendants and disciples expel the poison. If it weren't for him, who knows how many attendants and disciples would still be trapped by the fire poison. However, Elder Zhu wants to send him to the crystal mine to mine crystals with the prisoners. It seems that you don't like him, right? Junior brother Zhang can testify to this. Mu En glared at Ruchang in annoyance. Zhang Li nodded at the crowd from the side, admitting that Mu En's words were correct. Ruchang's expression immediately paled, and he immediately explained, Elder Mu En, don't be deceived by his actions. Didn't he let the savage leopard escape? When the savage leopard escaped, I was nearby, and he almost killed Ling Xiao. Do you think that Ling Xiao would save someone who wanted to kill him? Furthermore, Ling Xiao's background is clear, so how could he be a spy from the Spectre sect? Moreover, he killed an elder from the moon-worshipping sect. Could that be false? Therefore, I believe that child Ling Xiao saved his fellow sect members and killed an elder from the moon-worshipping sect. He should be recorded as a great merit and be listed as a true disciple, Mu En said faintly. As soon as these words came out, all the elders had astonished expressions on their faces. Yun Xiong, who was sitting in the upper seat, asked, Elder Mu En, did you say that Ling Xiao killed an elder from the moon-worshipping sect? Yes, I, junior brother Zhang, and Miss saw it with our own eyes. There is absolutely not a word of falsehood, Mu En said with certainty. That's right. At that time, the elder of the moon-worshipping sect, Wu Wei, slaughtered my sect's deacons and disciples. Not only did Ling Xiao not run away, he even rode on his protective spirit beast and slashed Wu Wei in half, Zhang Li answered from the side. This time, everyone was dumbfounded. A high-level mystic practitioner could kill a king-level practitioner? This was too inconceivable. If it was only Mu En who said this, they all thought that Mu En's brain must have been flooded with water. However, Zhang Li proved Mu En's words. Could it be that his brain had also been flooded with water? This was obviously impossible. Zhu Ruchang's face turned into a pig's liver, and he couldn't say anything else. In his heart, his resentment towards Ling Xiao deepened. Chapter 218. 10,000 miles away from the Purple Sky sect, at the boundary between the moon-worshipping sect and the Purple Sky sect. Flame Volcano was one of the valleys on the outskirts of the endless barren mountain range. After the eruption of the volcano half a month ago, this place had already become a valley of fire filled with molten lava. There were no birds or beasts, no trees or spirit plants. The surroundings were all crimson red and the air was filled with a strong fire poison. Anyone who entered would be poisoned to death. Even top spirit masters didn't dare to approach. In the belly of the volcano that had erupted before, the scorching molten lava was still shrinking and churning as if it could erupt again at any time. In this mountain pass that was nearly 100 meters wide, the temperature was frighteningly high. If any birds or beasts approached, they would be instantly killed by the surging fire poison. However, in this hopeless situation, in the belly of the volcano where the molten lava was churning, nearly 1,000 meters below, there were still living creatures. A youth and an impressive spirit beast. Wasn't this Ling Xiao and the fire Qilin? He was riding on the fire Qilin and wasn't affected by the scorching molten lava at all. It was as if there was an even brighter red ball of light protecting him, preventing him from being affected by the ring shadows here. Why did Ling Xiao appear here? This had to be explained from half a month ago. Half a month ago, the volcano in Flame Volcano Valley erupted. The fire Qilin actually brought him and flew towards the erupting volcano. Ling Xiao didn't know what the fire Qilin wanted to do, but the fire Qilin's following actions almost scared him half to death. This fellow actually brought him towards the molten lava in the belly of the volcano. The molten lava was nearly 10,000 degrees and anything that touched it would melt. Ling Xiao thought that the fire Qilin had taken the wrong medicine and actually wanted to commit suicide with him. However, just as Ling Xiao thought he was dead for sure, he discovered that he was actually completely fine. This was because there was a thin protective ball of light protecting him, isolating him from the molten lava around him. Ling Xiao was overjoyed and started to observe the environment here. However, he discovered that other than molten lava, there was still molten lava. It was like a scene of purgatory and there didn't seem to be anything special about it. However, at this place, he thoroughly felt the existence of the fire attribute spiritual qi. The three parts returning to origin qi in his body actually had some tendency to move. Normally, only by sensing the existence of the spiritual aura of heaven and earth would one be able to absorb the spiritual aura to completely replace the dark force in one's body. This way, one would be able to break through to spirit master level. Now, Ling Xiao could actually faintly feel the spiritual qi of fire, which made him pleasantly surprised. As long as he immediately circulated his qi to absorb the spiritual qi and transform his Xian energy, he could become a spirit master. However, he knew that breaking through in this environment was undoubtedly courting death. If he were to accidentally fall into the molten lava, there would be nothing left of him. Ling Xiao didn't understand why the fire qilin had brought him here. Was it because the fire attribute spiritual energy here was more abundant? Just as he was feeling puzzled, the fire qilin actually told him the answer. The fire qilin carried Ling Xiao deep into the belly of the volcano. In the molten lava here, there were actually a few beautiful crystals floating in the air. Each of these crystals was only the size of a fist and had the shape of a gold bar. They were bright red like blood and emitted pure fire attribute spiritual qi. When Ling Xiao first saw these crystals, he was greatly shocked. Immediately after, he revealed an extremely pleasantly surprised expression. This was the fire attribute treasure, the mysterious fire crystal. Every element had its own supreme treasure of origin, and these supreme treasures were of great benefit to the cultivators of the element. This fire mysterious crystal was one of the most precious treasures of the fire attribute. It was even more precious than the best grade mysterious crystal with no element attribute. For any warrior who cultivated in the fire attribute, it was extremely precious. Moreover, such a large piece of fire mysterious crystal was comparable to any grade 5 or even grade 6 or above pellets. Any expert at the king rank or above would probably immediately go mad upon seeing such top-grade dark crystals. Ling Xiao really didn't expect that this volcano would actually contain such a treasure. According to the records, a place that could nurture such a mysterious fire crystal could only be a place of extreme heat and yang. Moreover, it could only be formed after tens of thousands of years of accumulation. Presumably, this volcano had existed for at least tens of thousands of years. Just when Ling Xiao was thinking of a way to collect these mysterious fire crystals, the fire qilin that was carrying him directly swallowed the mysterious fire crystal that it had discovered. This angered Ling Xiao so much that he began to cry out loudly. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. He couldn't break free from the protective ball of light. Even if he had the ability to break free, he would probably be immediately evaporated by the magma here. In this half a month, the fire qilin had been carrying Ling Xiao to wander in the sea of fire in the belly of the volcano. In this half a month, the fire qilin had found a total of more than 20 mysterious fire crystals. These mysterious fire crystals had all been swallowed by the fire qilin without any exception. Ling Xiao could only look at all of this with a sullen face, but he was powerless to do anything. He kept cursing in his heart, "What a wastrel, what a super wastrel. If all of these mysterious fire crystals were given to me, just absorbing one would be enough for me to directly advance from a high-level mystic disciple to a middle-level spirit master. Skipping 2 levels wouldn't be a problem, and there would absolutely be no side effects. My realm should also be quite stable." Now, the fire qilin had found another mysterious fire crystal. However, the mysterious fire crystal was only the size of a thumb. It was much smaller than the mysterious fire crystals he had seen before, but the fire attribute spiritual qi it emitted was also extremely pure. Ling Zhao's eyes shone brightly. He swallowed his saliva and begged, "Zizi, this little bit isn't enough to fill the gaps between your teeth. How about you give it to me as a reward?" He no longer called the fire qilin a prodigal. Instead, he called it Zizi to curry favor. This sounded very comical and funny. If those who knew Ling Xiao knew about this, they would definitely be happy in their hearts. "Even you have such a day." The fire qilin didn't seem to hear Ling Zhao's words. It opened its mouth and swallowed the thumb-sized mysterious fire crystal. The mysterious fire crystal was immediately gone. Ling Xiao suddenly flew into a rage and roared, "Damn prodigal, don't you know how to give boss some benefits? When we get out of here, boss doesn't want you anymore. You can go wherever you want. Ling Xiao was angry, very angry. This guy didn't even give him a little bit of mysterious fire crystal. He even saved it from the lunar wind beast and fed it with so many beast cores. This prodigal was really too ungrateful. Just after Ling Xiao finished roaring, the fire qilin also roared angrily. Ling Xiao, who was sitting on it, was shocked by the fire qilin's roar. Zizi, boss is wrong. Boss shouldn't have scolded you. You must not mess around. Ling Xiao then realized his situation. If he angered the fire qilin now, it might remove the protective ball of light. He was afraid that he would die without a doubt. However, the worst thing had really happened. The fire qilin roared angrily and a fire dragon shot out from its mouth. Ling Xiao, who was on the fire qilin, turned pale with fright because the ball of light protecting him was getting weaker and weaker. A strong high-temperature aura rushed towards him. In an instant, his whole body was drenched in sweat. Zizi, listen to me. Boss isn't blaming you. In the future, just stay by boss' side obediently. Boss won't chase you away anymore. Quickly stop. Ling Xiao hurriedly comforted the fire qilin. In the face of the call of death, how could Ling Xiao still have a calm appearance? However, the fire qilin didn't listen to Ling Xiao's words. It continued to roar, carrying Ling Xiao wildly in the molten lava, as if it had been greatly stimulated. What the hell is going on, could it be? Ling Xiao looked at the fire qilin in a state of madness, his heart filled with anxiety. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he no longer hesitated and immediately took out the ice heart pill that Bing Ruoshui had given him. This ice heart pill was given to Ling Xiao by Bing Ruoshui when he absorbed Xianxia's fire poison. It could suppress the fire poison from erupting for a month. At the same time, the ice heart pill also had another effect, which was that it could completely freeze Ling Xiao's body for a short period of time. Ling Xiao could already feel that the fire qilin had lost its mind. If this continued, without the fire qilin's protective light, it would be impossible for him to survive in this sea of molten lava. This ice heart pill had become his life-prolonging pill. Even if he could live for another day, Ling Xiao was not willing to give it up. Bang! After Ling Xiao took the ice heart pill, the fire qilin emitted an incomparably powerful aura, sending Ling Xiao flying away from its body. Ling Xiao felt like he was a small boat in the middle of the sea, being battered by monstrous waves, flying far away without knowing where he was. Ling Xiao heavily smashed into the fiery rock wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. At this time, countless heat waves and fire poison attacked Ling Xiao. This time, the ice heart pill, which had reached the 3rd grade, displayed its effects. Immediately, Ling Xiao's entire body was wrapped in ice. But under the extreme heat, the ice qi didn't seem to have much of an effect. In just a short moment, it was evaporated by the heat. Oh no! Ling Xiao immediately cried out and hurriedly circulated his ice attribute. Unfortunately, the effect was still not great. His clothes were already slowly melting. It's so hot! Ling Xiao crazily shouted. His entire body was almost unable to endure the heat. At this time, the innate sinister wind bead in Ling Xiao's spiritual sea emitted an extremely cold yin qi. Through the spiritual sea, it directly reached Ling Xiao's organs and limbs. In just a short moment, a grayish-black ball of light revolved around Ling Xiao's body. When the heat and fire poison came into contact with the yin qi, they were neutralized and no longer posed any threat to Ling Xiao. That's right. How could I forget about the innate sinister wind bead? Ling Xiao exclaimed in pleasant surprise. The innate sinister wind bead was a treasure bead of extreme yin. The yin qi it emitted was naturally able to resist the heat and fire poison. Looks like I won't have to die for now, Ling Xiao said excitedly. To be able to escape from death was a very fortunate thing for anyone. However, Ling Xiao was still rejoicing a bit too early. He didn't know how he was going to leave this place. He hadn't reached the king level, not even the spirit master level. This place was 1,000 meters below the mouth of the volcano, and there were layers of lava blocking the way. Leaving this place was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If this continued, he would definitely die. Chapter 219. In the belly of the huge volcano, there was an endless sea of molten lava. Layers of hot air were rising endlessly, and the flames were sometimes big and sometimes small. The temperature was terrifying. A young man with a naked upper body was protected by a grayish-black ball of light, completely unaffected by the environment here. This young man stood in a protruding corner of the belly of the volcano, revealing an anxious expression. Wasn't this young man Ling Xiao who had been carried by the fire Qilin? He was now troubled by not knowing how to leave this volcano. If this went on, even if he wasn't melted by the molten lava, he would still starve to death. Damn prodigal, he really caused my death. Ling Xiao said to himself in annoyance. He blamed the fire Qilin, but he didn't have much blame in his heart. The fire Qilin had always followed him and helped him a lot. Whether it brought him here intentionally or unintentionally, he knew that the fire Qilin had no intention of harming him just from the fact that it had been using its protective divine light to protect him. It was just that he didn't know what was going on, but it sent him flying. Could it be that it was angry because he said a few words to it? That was obviously impossible. Ling Xiao wondered if the fire Qilin was about to advance into a rank 4 spirit beast. Logically speaking, the fire mystic crystal was a top-grade fire attribute treasure. Although the fire Qilin was a divine beast, it should be on the verge of breaking through after devouring so many fire mystic crystals. Forget it, I can only see if the prodigal still remembers old friendships. Ling Xiao thought helplessly. This place was neither up nor down, and it was surrounded by a sea of molten lava. He couldn't leave at all. He could only wait for the fire Qilin to recover its consciousness and find him, or else he could only wait for death. If it was someone else staying in this environment, they could only wait for death in despair. But Ling Xiao was always optimistic. He calmed his mind and planned to use cultivation to pass the time. He sat down and decided to use the excellent environment here to cultivate the third transformation of the Vajra 5 transformation technique, organs refinement, to the intermediate stage. This was a place of extreme yang, and the fire poison was rampant everywhere. Moreover, the toxicity was more than 10 times that of the periphery. If he used it well, he could definitely achieve something in a short period of time. He had only consumed the stubborn grass for half a month, so there was still a period of time before the medicinal effect would take effect. He couldn't waste any more time. Ling Xiao's body was surrounded by the Yin Wind malevolent energy, which prevented the fire toxins from invading his body. Therefore, he could only thin the innate Yin Wind malevolent energy on his palm, creating an opening for the fire toxins to take advantage of. As expected, after the innate Yin Wind baleful qi between Ling Xiao's palms was reduced, the fire poison was pushed into his palms. Poo-pew! The fire poison here was incomparably ferocious. As soon as it invaded, Ling Xiao felt as if he had been electrocuted and spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. He endured the pain and immediately blocked the gap to prevent the fire poison from entering his body. The fire poison that had invaded his body just now was incomparably ferocious. Ling Xiao's 5 viscera and 6 bowels were invaded in just a moment, causing him to lose all his muscle energy. Fortunately, the stubborn grass was worthy of being a rank 3 spiritual grass. Its recovery speed was also fast. The muscle energy that was damaged by the fire poison could always be repaired in the shortest time possible. Coupled with the effects of the Vajra 5 transformation's secret art, the two complemented each other. The speed of his cultivation was not inferior to the speed at which the fire poison destroyed his muscle energy. Every time his 5 viscera and 6 bowels were repaired, they would always display an even stronger vitality. Faintly, they would also be suffused with an indistinct golden color. At this rate, it should only be a matter of time before he reached the intermediate stage of organs refinement. There was no sense of time in the belly of the mountain. Ling Xiao didn't know how long he had been cultivating and meditating here. Every time he woke up, the fire poison in his body no longer posed a threat to him. Then, he would let an even more ferocious fire poison enter his body and cultivate again. After such repeated cultivation, he finally realized that his 5 viscera and 6 bowels had already reached an unimaginable level. He was now very confident that even if he was poisoned by others, it wouldn't be able to cause too much harm to him. The third transformation, organs refinement, had already reached the intermediate stage. He only needed to carry out one more internal organ replacement and it would be the day of completion. And on this day, Ling Xiao felt that it wasn't too far away. This was because he had already gathered all the materials he needed. As long as he could concoct a grade 4 Dan, he would be able to regenerate his internal organs. Then, he would be able to reach the third transformation realm. At that time, he would truly be invulnerable to poison. After reaching the intermediate stage of organs refinement, Ling Xiao knew that the fire poison here no longer had any effect on him. Even if he didn't have the innate in-wind evil qi to protect his body, these fire poisons wouldn't cause him any harm. The key was that the temperature here was shockingly high, so he couldn't remove the innate in-wind evil qi to protect himself. Ling Xiao temporarily suspended his cultivation, took out a spirit grass from his space ring, and put it into his mouth to chew. These days, he had been relying on the spirit grass in his space ring to maintain his stamina and water consumption, otherwise he would have died a long time ago. After resting for a while, Ling Xiao once again entered a meditative state. However, this time he no longer cultivated the 5 transformations Vajra secret art, but rather the 3-part origin returning qi. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed, and Ling Xiao could no longer continue cultivating. This was because his profound energy was already very complete, and he had the opportunity to absorb spirit energy to replace the profound energy in his body at any time, breaking through to the spirit master level. However, Ling Xiao knew that this was definitely not the best time to break through. He still couldn't ignore the environment here, and he didn't know how much longer he could last. If he couldn't leave this place, he would suffocate to death. Damned prodigal brat, where are you? Hurry up and bring me out. Ling Xiao roared in an extremely depressed mood. Heavens, I'm not willing to die trapped here like this. There are a lot of girls waiting for me to return and pamper them. I've already died once, you definitely can't treat me so cruelly this time. Ling Xiao roared unwillingly. He still had too much unwillingness in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. The people he loved the most kept flashing through his mind. The first person he thought of was his parents, Ling Zhan and Meng Xiun, then Yun Mingqi, Bai Yushi, and the old master, Roar. A beast's roar interrupted Ling Xiao's thoughts. Prodigal brat. Ling Xiao turned around and cried out in shock. He had just heard the fire Qilin's roar, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Prodigal brat, where are you? Come and save me, your boss. Ling Xiao shouted with all his might. As expected, a shadow flew to his side at an extremely fast speed. When Ling Xiao saw the shadow clearly, he couldn't help but stare blankly, and his pupils instantly widened. In front of him was indeed the fire Qilin, but this fire Qilin was much bigger than before, and it was even more handsome and extraordinary. Its fur was surrounded by thick flames, and it looked extremely dazzling and mighty. Its pair of copper bell-like eyes were even more spirited, and there was an indescribable arrogance and dominance in its expression. The single horn on its forehead had more than doubled in size, and it had the aura of an emperor among beasts. You are the prodigal brat? Ling Xiao asked tentatively. The fire Qilin in front of him looked very similar to the original one, but it was obviously stronger and mightier than the previous one. Ling Xiao wasn't sure if this was the original one. The fire Qilin roared and walked in front of Ling Xiao in 2 steps. It stuck out its tongue and licked Ling Xiao's face. The wet feeling told Ling Xiao that this was definitely the original fire Qilin. I knew the prodigal brat wouldn't give up on me, your boss. That's great. Ling Xiao went forward and touched the fire Qilin's forehead as he laughed heartily. He could finally escape from death. How could he not be happy? The fire Qilin rubbed against Ling Xiao a few times, then opened its bloody mouth, and a scarlet fire-like beast core appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Prodigal brat, what are you doing? Ling Xiao seemed to have thought of something, but he still couldn't be sure. The fire Qilin couldn't speak, so it could only continuously roar at Ling Xiao. Do you really want to be my protective spirit beast? Ling Xiao asked. The fire Qilin nodded, then shook its head. Ling Xiao was confused by this answer. I've dripped my blood over? Ling Xiao said again. He knew that once a spirit beast handed over its beast core, as long as it was stained with his blood, that spirit beast would follow him loyally for a lifetime, just like the Golden Wolf King in his spirit beast bracer. Although the fire qilin had always been by his side, Ling Xiao had never thought of subduing it. After all, as a divine beast, the fire qilin was definitely not something that could be easily subdued. Moreover, he felt that the fire qilin had always followed him and listened to him. He was already quite satisfied, so there was no need for it to become his servant beast. However, now that the fire qilin had voluntarily handed over its beast core, Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised. However, the fire qilin didn't seem to want him to drip his blood on its beast core. It shook its head and used its front paw to lightly scratch Ling Xiao's head. "Why are you touching my head?" Ling Xiao said gloomily. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind and he asked loudly, "You want me to use my spiritual force to communicate with you?" This time, the fire qilin finally nodded its head in delight. Its mouth continuously let out low cries, appearing very happy. "Okay, I'll try." Ling Xiao nodded his head and held his breath. He drew out a strand of spiritual force from his sea of consciousness and attached it to the fire qilin's beast core. As soon as the spiritual force touched the fire qilin's beast core, the fire qilin opened its mouth and absorbed its own beast core. "What is this?" Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. He still didn't understand the fire qilin's intention in doing this. "Oh, boss, can you hear Zizi talking?" Immediately after, a clear voice sounded in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Who's here?" Ling Xiao was startled by the sudden appearance of the voice. "Boss, it's me, Zizi." The voice sounded again. Ling Xiao looked at the fire qilin and said in disbelief, "Prodigal, is it really you who's talking?" The fire qilin nodded and replied, "Yes, boss. I can finally communicate with you." That's great. Alright, how did you do it?" Ling Xiao cried out in shock. The fire qilin being able to communicate with him was definitely a good thing that was worth celebrating. One had to know that the fire qilin had always been by his side, and it had always been able to understand what he was saying. However, he couldn't understand its meaning. He had long wanted to communicate with it like the Golden Wolf King. Now, his wish had finally come true. Chapter 220. Through the fire qilin's explanation, Ling Xiao was finally enlightened. It turned out that the fire qilin had allowed Ling Xiao to attach his spiritual force to its beast core, and it had imprinted Ling Xiao's spiritual force into the beast core. There was a connection between the two, and the fire qilin could communicate with Ling Xiao through this connection. This method of communication was equal between humans and beasts, and there was no distinction between master and servant. If one day the fire qilin wanted to leave Ling Xiao would not be able to force it to stay, and the fire qilin would not be able to cause any harm to Ling Xiao through its spiritual force. This method of spiritual communication was called the Covenant of Equality. It was only after Ling Xiao obtained the second volume of the spirit controlling art that he knew about it. Ling Xiao jumped onto the fire qilin's back and shouted, "Prodigal, let's go out. I'm bored out of my mind." "Boss, don't worry. Don't you want those fire crystals? I'll take you to find them." "There should be a lot more here," the fire qilin replied. "Really? That's great. I'll take as many as you have," Ling Xiao exclaimed in surprise. "But boss, you have to leave some for me in the future. It can help me evolve faster," the fire qilin said. "Don't worry, boss will leave some for you," Ling Xiao said as he patted the fire qilin's head. He then asked, "By the way, what rank are you now?" The fire qilin was much stronger than before. Ling Xiao could feel it, but he did not know which rank it had advanced to. "I'm already at the middle rank of the 4th rank. When I finish digesting the energy of those fire crystals, I should be able to reach the high rank of the 4th rank," the fire qilin replied. "Damn, you jumped 2 ranks in a row. That's too strong," Ling Xiao exclaimed. He had thought that the fire qilin had only broken through to the low rank of the 4th rank. He did not expect it to break through 2 ranks and reach the middle rank of the 4th rank. This was equivalent to the strength of a human warrior at the middle rank of the king rank. With the strength of a spirit beast's body, it could even fight against a high-rank king rank warrior. Moreover, the fire qilin was a divine beast, so its combat strength was even more astonishing. The energy of the fire crystals here is too great. I ate too much and almost exploded from the energy. Fortunately, the environment here is very suitable for me to evolve. I like it here, the flame qilin said. The fire qilin was a pure fire attribute spirit beast, so it was very fond of the extreme yang environment here. If there was no fire poison in this place, it would be an excellent place for any martial artist that cultivated in the fire attribute. After all, the fire attribute spiritual energy here was much denser than in other places. Ling Xiao didn't pursue the matter any further. The stronger the fire qilin was, the more advantageous it would be for him. Even if he encountered a king-rank powerhouse in the future, he wouldn't be at the mercy of others. Now, he wanted to find more fire mysterious crystals, which would be of great use to him in the future. After wandering for a while, with the help of the fire qilin senses, Ling Xiao harvested 15 pieces of fire mysterious crystals, which almost made him overjoyed. If he only cultivated in the fire attribute, then merely relying on these 15 fire mysterious crystals would allow him to directly break through to the king rank without a problem. It seems that there aren't many fire mysterious crystals here. Let's go out, Ling Xiao said to the fire qilin. Boss, I feel like there are many fire mysterious crystals in the deepest part of this place, the fire qilin said. What? Then why didn't you take me down earlier? Ling Xiao said in a bad mood. But it seems to be very scary and dangerous down there. I don't dare to go near it, the fire qilin said timidly. Is there such a thing? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. He pondered for a moment and thought, could it be that there are some other terrifying spirit beasts down there? For a moment, Ling Xiao was caught in a dilemma. If he didn't go down, then there should be a lot of fire mysterious crystals down there. It would be a great pity if he gave them up. However, if he went down, then there was something down there that even the fire qilin was afraid of. If he didn't get any benefits and instead lost his life, then he would be a fool. After weighing the pros and cons, Ling Xiao clenched his teeth and said to himself, riches are found in danger. I'll take this King gamble this once. Ling Xiao knew that if there was a high return, then there would definitely be a high risk. His intuition told him that in this kind of dangerous place, besides the fire mysterious crystals, there might be other treasures. Just like in the abyss of the mountain range, there was a Khanate Yin wind bead in the place of extreme Yin. Ling Xiao made up his mind and let the fire qilin fly down. The further down they went, the thicker the molten lava became, and the heat became more oppressive. However, as the fire qilin said, the further down they went, the more fire mysterious crystals there were. Just a few hundred meters down, Ling Xiao found more than 30 fire mysterious crystals, which made him almost burst with joy. However, when he thought that the fire qilin would need to absorb more fire mysterious crystals in the future to advance faster, he realized that the fire mysterious crystals he had obtained seemed to be too little. Following that, the man and the beast continued to sink for another 1,000 meters. The number of fire mysterious crystals Ling Xiao had already exceeded 100. However, Ling Xiao discovered that the flames in the depths below seemed to be slightly different from the flames above. The flames here seemed to have a strange light blue color, and the deeper they went, the more brilliant the blue the flames became. This kind of blue made Ling Xiao's eyes look more and more bewitching, and at the same time, it was filled with even more berserk factors. The fire qilin said, "Boss, we can't go down anymore. My protective divine light can't hold on for much longer." The fire qilin's flames belonged to the category of divine fire, and they belonged to the highest level of fire seeds. However, it now said that its protective fire light couldn't withstand the blue flames here. This made Ling Xiao even more certain that there was definitely some kind of spiritual object at the bottom of the volcano. "Prodigal brat, don't go down first. I'll think of a way." Ling Xiao gave the order, then activated the innate Yin wind qi and turned it to the maximum, enveloping himself and the fire qilin. Ling Xiao said again, Try and see if you can go down. After saying that, he took out a pill and swallowed 2 pills in a row. It was also quite strenuous for him to activate so much innate Yin Wind Qi all at once. I'll try. The fire Qilin replied, and its body descended once again. With the help of the innate Yin Wind Qi, the fire Qilin advanced another 10 meters. However, at this time, Ling Xiao had no choice but to stop it. This was because his innate Yin Wind Qi seemed to have been weakened by the blue flames by a lot. Only a thin layer of evil Qi was barely able to protect the two of them from being attacked. Just what kind of flame is this? It's actually so terrifying. Ling Xiao thought in confusion. Boss, I see what's down there. There are so many fire crystals. The fire Qilin looked down and swallowed its saliva. What? Ling Xiao was shocked. He looked down, but could only see balls of demonic blue flames. He didn't find anything at all. It's true. Those fire crystals are so big. There's even a fire pearl there. The fire Qilin replied excitedly. Fire pearl? Is it some kind of Yang treasure? Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but think about the innate Yin Wind pearl in his knowledge sea. He guessed that the pearl was also a heaven and earth treasure, the origin pearl? No, I must go down and take a look. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and made his final decision. Then, he closed his eyes and used his heart to communicate with the innate Yin Wind pearl. Although he couldn't enter his knowledge sea, the innate Yin Wind pearl in his knowledge sea should be able to understand his intentions. Unexpectedly, the innate Yin Wind pearl slowly floated out from Ling Xiao's knowledge sea under his knowledge sea's command. Ling Xiao's original intention was to use the innate Yin Wind pearl's evil qi to restrain the blue flames and let him descend to the deepest part. However, he didn't expect that the moment the innate Yin Wind pearl appeared, it would break free from his control. With a xiu sound, it rushed down. At the same time, the blue flames also began to change. The flames instantly retracted and wrapped around the innate Yin Wind pearl. What's going on? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. Boss, I can go down now. The fire Qilin cried out in surprise and carried Ling Xiao down. Who knew that a powerful force would suddenly explode? Boom! One man and one beast were shaken by the violent energy explosion. Ling Xiao focused his eyes and saw 2 beads fighting not far from him. One of them was his innate chilling wind bead, and the other was a bead that glowed red and blue with an eerie aura. Of these 2 beads, one was exuding a viscous, ink-black color with black mist rippling out from it, while the other was exuding a bewitching blue flame with waves of fire surging ceaselessly. The 2 powerful forces were actually intertwining and attacking each other. This was too inconceivable. Ling Xiao couldn't wrap his head around this. Just what was going on? Could it be that these 2 pearls, one yin and one yang, are mortal enemies? Ling Xiao wondered. Then, Lu Weng's voice rang out in Ling Xiao's mind. Correct, they are mortal enemies. Yin and yang oppose each other. The innate Yin Wind pearl is an extreme yin item, while the demon blue flame pearl is an extreme yang item. Both of them are origin pearls, and if they meet, it will definitely be a disaster. I think you should run. Once they use all their energy, this world will definitely be destroyed. Is there no other way? Asked Ling Xiao. He really didn't know that summoning the innate Yin Wind pearl would result in such a situation. He cursed himself for being too greedy. It would have been better if he had just directly left. He couldn't help but feel regret. What else can we do? They won't appear in the same place. Now that they've sensed each other's existence, we'll have to destroy them before they can calm down, sighed Lu Weng. Rumble. The 2 pearls emitted a powerful energy that once again sent Ling Xiao and the fire Qilin flying far away. Ling Xiao looked at the innate Yin Wind pearl once more and clenched his teeth. Wastrel, get out of here as fast as you can. He had suffered a double loss this time. Giving up on the innate Yin Wind pearl was Ling Xiao's greatest loss. Even the 100 mysterious fire crystals wouldn't be able to make up for 1/10,000th of it. Ling Xiao's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife and was bleeding. Chapter 221. Rumble. In the deepest part of Flame Blaze Valley, a volcano once again erupted with a shocking rumble. The molten flames were like brilliant fireworks, and from a distance, it was a beautiful sight. Amidst the brilliant fireworks, a fiery red spirit beast carrying a young man's sword into the sky. They looked extremely battered and exhausted. The man and the spirit beast couldn't withstand the powerful impact and were sent crashing into a cliff. Bang bang. One man and one beast were smashed into the stone wall by the inertia, leaving behind only two pits. Damn it, my bones are about to fall apart. Ling Zhao's entire body was embedded into the stone wall, and his appearance was indescribably wretched. If not for the Vajra 5 Changes Art's defense, he would have lost his life. He cursed, but his body didn't move. He immediately circulated the Vajra 5 Changes Art to recover his body. The fire Qilin was the first to rush out from the stone wall next to Ling Xiao. There was still blood at the corner of its mouth, and it had clearly suffered significant injuries. "Boss, are you all right?" The fire Qilin transmitted a message to Ling Xiao. "I'm fine. Wait for a moment, I'll be fine after resting for a while," Ling Xiao said weakly. Just now, the natural Yin Wind Bead and the Blue Demon Fire Bead had been fighting at the belly of the mountain. Both of them were precious treasures of heaven and earth, and their energy was enormous. Just the aftermath of their battle had left them in such a sorry state. If it weren't for Lu Weng's warning, they would have suffered a direct impact and died without a grave. Just as Ling Xiao was doing his best to recover from his injuries, the fire Qilin's nervous voice rang out. "Bao? Bus? What is it?" Ling Xiao asked. Those two beads are coming out." As a divine beast, the fire Qilin had broken through to the mid-4th level, and its intelligence was unlocked. It knew just how powerful the natural Yin Wind Bead and the Blue Demon Fire Bead were. Now that it saw the two beads flying towards them, it couldn't help but become nervous. "What?" Ling Xiao cried out in alarm and immediately used his profound energy to struggle free. "This?" Ling Xiao sucked in a breath of cold air as the wounds on his body were pulled open. However, just as Ling Xiao was about to rush out of the pit, the two pearls instantly appeared in front of him. Swoosh! The two beads instantly sank into Ling Xiao's head. "Well, what is this?" Ling Xiao was stunned and couldn't help but pat his head as he muttered to himself. "Boss, they're all inside your head." The flame Qilin immediately distanced itself from Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was just about to say something when he suddenly felt a shocking pain in his head, as if his head was about to explode. Ling Xiao held his head and rolled down from the rock wall, letting out a frightening scream. His head had doubled in size, and it looked like it could explode at any time. His handsome face was distorted. The flame Qilin watched from a distance and revealed a worried expression. "Boss won't die, right?" Ling Xiao didn't know how long he had been rolling on the ground. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore and fainted. However, his head was still terrifyingly swollen, like a transforming monster. It was a disgusting sight. Seeing that Ling Xiao had fainted, the flame Qilin slowly walked to his side to protect him. At this moment, an astonishing change had occurred in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. As for why the two strange pearls had simultaneously entered Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, that was completely because the innate Yin Wind Bead wasn't a match for the Blue Demon Fire Bead in the volcano. After all, the volcano had always been the Blue Demon Fire Bead's territory. It was surrounded by a powerful fire spiritual energy field, and it had the home ground advantage. Furthermore, the Blue Demon Fire Bead had existed for a longer time than the innate Yin Wind Bead, and the energy it contained was even more terrifying. The innate Yin Wind Bead knew that it wasn't a match for the Blue Demon Fire Bead, so it could only escape. Since it had already recognized Ling Xiao as its master, it naturally fled towards Ling Xiao and entered Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. As for the Blue Demon Fire Bead, it was natural enemies with the innate Yin Wind Bead. If the enemy wanted to escape, the Blue Demon Fire Bead naturally wouldn't let it. Thus, it chased after it and entered Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness like the innate Yin Wind Bead. At this time, Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness had become another battlefield for the two pearls. The two pearls, one Yin and one Yang, fought against each other in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Ling Zhao's Sea of Consciousness was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Fortunately, the innate Yin Wind bead had previously opened up a path for it, which prevented the two pearls from destroying his Sea of Consciousness. If it had been any other ordinary person, the Sea of Consciousness would have been smashed to smithereens as soon as the two pearls entered. Fortunately, Ling Zhao's Tenbin talent was extraordinary, and in addition to the fact that he had been cultivating the spirit-controlling manual for over a year, his Sea of Consciousness had expanded several times its original size. That was how he was able to withstand the clash of the two pearls. However, this round of torture was inevitable. If Ling Zhao couldn't withstand it, he would definitely become an idiot, or even explode to death. However, if Ling Zhao only had the two pearls in his Sea of Consciousness, then naturally Ling Zhao would not be able to escape death. Fortunately, Ling Zhao still had a small tree of unknown origin in his Sea of Consciousness. As a tree spirit, Lu Weng naturally wouldn't leave Ling Zhao in the lurch. If Ling Zhao died, he really wouldn't have anywhere else to stay. Furthermore, he felt that Ling Zhao was very much in line with his requirements. Once Ling Zhao absorbed the heaven and earth energy, it would be of great help to him. Damn it, why did these two pearls come here? This old man's nest is about to be destroyed by you too. Lu Weng moved the small tree to a corner and cursed inwardly. After that, he muttered to himself, "No, I can't go on like this. If this little fellow dies, this old man won't be any better off. I have to think of a way to deal with these two pearls." Lu Weng anxiously stroked his green beard as he fell into deep thought. After a while, he gave a bitter smile and said, "This pearl's heaven and earth energy is so terrifying, I can't possibly eat it. What should I do? Forget it, it's fate. It looks like this old man's fate with this little fellow ends here." Lu Weng shook his head helplessly. At this time, he had already made up his mind to give up on Ling Zhao. Otherwise, when his Sea of Consciousness exploded, he would also be injured. That's right, if this old man can't deal with it, then why not let that little fellow do it? This is his territory. As long as he can control these two damned pearls, he'll be fine. Suddenly, Lu Weng seemed to have thought of a solution and patted his head. "Yes, let's do that." Lu Weng made his decision and sat down cross-legged. His entire body released a green light and he instantly disappeared from his Sea of Consciousness. Not long after, the green light returned, and this time it was pulling Ling Zhao's soul along with it. Why am I back here? This wasn't the first time Ling Zhao had entered his Sea of Consciousness. The last time he had entered his Qi deviation, he had accidentally entered his Sea of Consciousness. Now that he had returned, he naturally knew that he was in his Sea of Consciousness. But now, his Sea of Consciousness seemed to have been divided into three parts. The largest part was occupied by a bluish-red glow, and the other was occupied by a grayish-black fog. The two were constantly devouring each other, but the grayish-black fog was showing signs of defeat. The last small part was occupied by a small tree. The green light it emitted could actually block the bluish-red glow and the grayish-black fog's devouring, and it occupied a relatively small area. "Little friend, I trust you've been well since we last met." Lu Weng walked over to Ling Zhao's side. Ling Zhao's expression darkened and he unhappily said, "I trust you've been well since we last met? You really know how to joke. Can't you see that they've almost caused my Sea of Consciousness to explode?" Hee, it was a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. Lu Weng laughed awkwardly. Ling Zhao glanced at Lu Weng and asked, "Elder Lu, do you have any way to stop them?" "There is a way," Lu Weng said. However, before he could finish, Ling Zhao anxiously said, "Since there is a way, then hurry up and stop them. Could it be that you are willing to watch me die and not help me?" "Little friend, don't be anxious. Listen to this old man first," Lu Weng comforted. "Please speak." Ling Zhao looked at Lu Weng expectantly. With life and death at stake, how could Ling Zhao not be anxious? "I brought you here so that you can stop them," Lu Weng said. "What? I can stop them? You think too highly of me." Ling Zhao cried out in shock. The two pearls in front of him were both unique treasures of heaven and earth, and their power was rather frightening. Ling Zhao had experienced it firsthand. If he could stop them, he would need to be at least a Mystic the Arch-level super expert. Right now, he was only a small high-level Mystic cultivator, and there was still a huge gap between him and a Mystic the Arch-level super expert. Why did he feel that this old man seemed to be tricking him? Little friend, listen to me first. Do you know what this place is? Lu Weng asked, keeping him in suspense. Ling Zhao's expression darkened, and he immediately said unhappily, "Of course this is my spiritual sea." He cursed in his heart, this old man must have eaten the wrong medicine. Could it be that I don't even know my own spiritual sea? That's right. This is your spiritual sea, and this is also your territory. As the owner, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to stop them, right? Lu Weng tried to lead him on. Ling Xiao carefully mulled over Lu Weng's words and seemed to understand something. His anxious expression slowly calmed down, and he clasped his hands together and exclaimed, "That's right. In this old man's territory, even a dragon has to coil up and a tiger has to crouch for me." With that, Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged and began to circulate the soul-controlling art. The spiritual energy in his spiritual sea was slowly being gathered by him. The spiritual energy that he had cultivated for more than a year transformed into a vast expanse of formless light that first gathered towards Ling Xiao. For a moment, the blue fire light and the grayish-black mist were pushed out by the spiritual energy into a small area, and this area was still gradually expanding. Right now, Ling Xiao wanted to gather the spiritual energy in his spiritual sea and then think of a way to deal with the blue demon fire pearl together with the Khanate Yin wind pearl. After all, the Khanate Yin wind pearl had already recognized him as its master. As long as he could restrain the blue demon fire pearl, his crisis would naturally be easily resolved. Lu Weng slightly shifted his position and smiled as he stroked his green beard. If this child can subdue these two strange pearls at the same time, his future will be limitless. Chapter 222. Within Ling Zhao's Sea of Consciousness, it was strangely divided into 4 areas, 1 blue, 1 gray, 1 green, and 1 white. It was a magnificent sight to behold. When Ling Xiao gathered all the mental energy in his Sea of Consciousness, his entire being became ethereal. Only now did he realize that his soul could easily use the mental energy in his Sea of Consciousness. It was as if all the mental energy here would listen to him with a single thought. Ling Xiao could already see that the innate sinister wind bead was in a bad situation. The blue and red flames had already occupied more than half of the Sea of Consciousness, and the grayish-black mist had been compressed to a corner, as if it could be extinguished at any time. "I'm coming!" Ling Xiao exclaimed, and directed his mental energy to charge towards the center of the blue and red light. Mental energy was an invisible existence, and it was in his own territory, so it was not affected by the blue and red flames at all. It reached the center of the blue demon fire bead, and instantly enveloped it. The mental energy turned into countless sharp blades, and continuously attacked and split the energy of the blue demon fire bead. Xiu xiu. The blue demon fire bead seemed to have realized something, and quickly retracted the energy it was emitting. Ling Xiao naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity, and immediately ordered the innate sinister wind bead to entangle the outer layer of the blue demon fire bead's energy. His mental energy increased, and he slashed at the blue demon fire bead again and again. Mental energy was the strangest attack in the world, and it could pass through anything to attack anything. The blue demon fire bead was full of energy, but it could not do anything to the invisible mental energy. The defense it formed was like an empty shell, and its explosive energy was slowly being consumed by the mental energy. Without any support, the outer layer of the blue demon fire bead was no match for the innate sinister wind bead. Soon, the innate sinister wind bead had extinguished the blue flames, and was gradually approaching the center of the blue demon fire bead. It even seemed to be excited. Under the combination of Ling Zhao's psyche and the innate Yin wind bead's Yin wind evil qi, the blue demon fire bead's aura gradually weakened, and it kept retreating as if it was trying to escape. Just a bit more. I'll be safe once I drive this little thing out. Ling Zhao's mental strength was almost completely exhausted. Gritting his teeth, he increased his strength, hoping that he could drive the blue demon flame bead out of his sea of consciousness as soon as possible. That way, he would be safe. Little friend, don't let it escape. Take advantage of this opportunity to subdue it. It'll be extremely beneficial to you, warned Lu Wen. What? Subdue? Subdue it? Ling Xiao cried out in surprise. He really hadn't thought about it. He just wanted to chase this little thing out. Saving his life was more important. Yes, they're all supreme treasures of heaven and earth. They've long since gained sentience. However, subduing them isn't easy. It all depends on whether or not you have the ability to make it afraid. Make it feel like you can destroy it. Then you can convey your intentions to recruit it. If it doesn't submit, then destroy it. If it's willing to compromise, then place a spiritual imprint on it. In the future, it will belong to you, explained Lu Wen. Alright, I'll try. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and then nodded, obeying Lu Wen's words. If such a supreme treasure were to belong to him, then that would be exactly what he wanted. For example, the innate Yin Wind bead could allow him to use innate Yin Wind evil qi, resist fire poison, and also give him 100% wind attribute purity. If he subdued this blue demon fire bead, then his fire attribute purity would also reach 100%. As for what benefits it would bring him, that would have to wait until he subdued it to find out. Ling Xiao made up his mind. On one hand, he sent a message to the innate Yin Wind bead, telling it to use all its strength to devour the blue demon fire bead and lock onto it so that it couldn't escape. On the other hand, he continued to use his mental energy to continuously attack the blue demon fire bead. The blue demon fire bead's aura was greatly weakened by the attacks from both sides. It was also restricted by the innate Yin Wind bead, making it unable to struggle. If they were outside, the blue demon fire bead would be able to escape however it wanted. Even the innate Yin Wind bead wouldn't be able to stop it, let alone Ling Xiao. But this was Ling Xiao's spiritual sea, which was equivalent to a completely different world. This place was completely under Ling Xiao's control. Furthermore, Ling Xiao's mental energy attacks were impossible to defend against. They greatly weakened the blue demon fire bead's energy, and at the same time, it also destroyed the energy it could release to resist the innate Yin Wind bead. If this continued, the blue demon fire bead would sooner or later be destroyed by Ling Xiao's mental energy attacks. However, although it had consciousness, it didn't have any thoughts. It couldn't sense that Ling Xiao was already extremely weak. As long as it could hold on for a while longer, Ling Xiao's mental energy would be completely exhausted. At that time, the blue demon fire bead would lose its greatest threat and would be able to calmly leave. Lu Wen, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but sigh. It looks like this little fellow isn't going to last much longer. What a pity! That's right, Ling Xiao's mental energy was almost completely exhausted. Damn, this little thing's energy is too strong. My mental energy has already been exhausted, but I still haven't been able to weaken it by even 1/10 of its energy. It looks like I can only give up. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. Just as Ling Xiao was about to relax, a pleading message was transmitted over. He seemed to sense that the blue demon fire bead was begging for mercy. It's here. That's great. Ling Xiao exclaimed in pleasant surprise. He immediately tried to transmit his request through his thoughts. On the other side, the innate Yin Wind bead had already completely devoured the blue demon fire bead's energy and was about to wrap around the blue demon fire bead. Just now, it had been forced into a sorry state by the blue demon fire bead. Now, it had to return the favor. With the threat of the innate Yin Wind bead, the blue demon fire bead didn't hesitate to send a message to Ling Xiao, choosing to submit. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He immediately ordered the innate Yin Wind bead to stop its attacks. Then he used his remaining bit of mental energy to enter the center of the blue demon fire bead, leaving behind a strand of mental energy. This strand of mental energy was imprinted at the center of the blue demon fire bead. From now on, the blue demon fire bead would belong to Ling Xiao. Just as his mental energy formed a connection with the blue demon fire bead, a powerful energy was emitted. It seemed to want to become one with Ling Xiao. Little friend, hurry up and leave. It wants to give you back its original energy. If you absorb its original energy, It will be very beneficial to your cultivation. Lu Wen called out. Only then did Ling Xiao react. He responded and left his consciousness. Ling Xiao's soul returned to his corporeal body, and he only felt that the pain in his mind had already disappeared. Furthermore, from within his sea of consciousness, an unending stream of wild and explosive spiritual energy flowed out, forcefully replacing his original profound energy. "Boss, are you all right?" The fire Qilin immediately asked when it saw that Ling Xiao had woken up. "I'm fine. Zizai, help guard me. I'm about to break through," Ling Xiao instructed. He turned around and opened a large hole in the rock wall. He dove in. Originally, Ling Xiao was already at the peak of the high-level Xian realm. Now that the blue demon fire bead had intentionally sent over its original energy, breaking through was imminent. Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged and the 3 parts returning to origin qi immediately began to quickly circulate. The 3 parts returning to origin qi cultivated 3 attributes at the same time. The spirit energy sent over by the blue demon fire bead was instantly absorbed and directed to the dantian. The ball of air in the dantian was already about to solidify. Now that there was a large amount of spirit energy being sent over, the ball of air was immediately replaced and compressed. It faintly became a thumb-sized multicolored bead. The color of this bead was slightly blue. The other colors were a bit lighter. This was the shape of Ling Xiao's new dantian. The solidification of the dantian was an important sign of stepping into the spirit master level. Reaching this step meant that the spirit master position had been established. At the same time, as the dantian grew, the martial artist's own strength would also continuously increase. After the dantian had solidified, the spirit energy continued to be sent over until the dantian couldn't hold it anymore. Only then did it spread to the surrounding meridians and acupoints. The 3 parts returning to origin qi had already been cultivated to the 3rd rank. Before, Ling Xiao had already filled dozens of acupoints. Now that there was a large amount of spirit energy being sent over, those acupoints were filled up one by one. In just a short while, close to 100 acupoints had doubled in size. The acupoints were also filled with spirit energy. For a moment, those acupoints were like dazzling stars. The energy was very pure and vast. At the same time, Ling Xiao's aura was also continuously rising. Breaking through to the high-level Xian realm, with the addition of spirit energy, his aura suddenly reached an unprecedented level. In the blink of an eye, he became a low-level spirit master. His aura continued to rise. Not long after, he reached the intermediate level of a low-level spirit master, then the peak of a low-level spirit master. However, his aura still didn't show any signs of stopping. It was still singing loudly. It only stopped when he reached the intermediate level of a high-level spirit master. The acupoints in his body were also filled up to 200. As long as he filled up the remaining acupoints, he would be able to advance to the 4th rank of the 3 parts returning to origin qi. Ling Xiao opened his tiger eyes that were flashing with fire. He couldn't help but let out a scream. His body shook and a powerful aura spread out. Rumble! The cave he was in was shaken by him. A cloud of dust filled the cave entrance. A handsome figure slowly walked out from within. At this moment, Ling Xiao seemed to have grown a bit taller. That handsome face had a devilish smile that could instantly kill any young girl in love. Those exposed muscles were firm yet well-proportioned. They looked very strong. Moreover, there were a few strands of scorching spirit energy attached to them. It gave people a feeling of extreme sharpness. Haha, I've actually reached the spirit master level. Ling Xiao faced the sky and laughed wildly. He had waited for this day for a long time. He didn't think that this time he would profit from a disaster. He broke through to intermediate level spirit master in one go. Moreover, his power was very solid. As long as he could balance out the other attributes of his spirit energy, breaking through to high-level spirit master wouldn't be a problem at all. He was very confident that as long as he focused on cultivation, he would definitely reach high-level spirit master within a year. The stronger a fighter was, the more energy they needed. Every time they broke through a level, they would need more energy than before. Naturally, the accumulation time would also be longer. However, a fighter like Ling Xiao who had just entered intermediate-level Spirit Master and had the confidence to reach high-level Spirit Master in a year was very rare. However, a lucky opportunity like Ling Xiao's wasn't something everyone could obtain. Even if some people obtained an opportunity like Ling Xiao, they wouldn't be able to turn danger into safety like Ling Xiao. They would die before they could obtain any benefits. That wouldn't be called an opportunity, but a disaster. Chapter 223. Flame Valley. Most of the area was covered in molten lava, with not a single blade of grass growing within 1,000 kilometers. It had now been more than 3 months since the volcanic eruption. In the belly of the volcano that had once erupted, Ling Xiao and the fire Qilin once again visited this place. Without the blue demon fire bead as a source of energy, the high temperature of the flames did not pose any threat to the man and the beast. The fire Qilin carried Ling Xiao straight to the bottom of the mountain where the demon blue fire bead originally lived. There were pieces of top-grade fire profound crystals here. The fire profound crystals here were larger and the energy they contained was much purer than the fire profound crystals they had seen before. Rich. Ling Xiao's eyes glowed as he called out. There were hundreds of top-grade fire profound crystals here, causing Ling Xiao's eyes to shine brightly. Boss, you have to save it for me. The fire Qilin stuck out its tongue and said with a look of extreme desire. It had just absorbed more than 20 fire profound crystals, and the huge amount of energy they contained had allowed it to break through to the mid-fourth order. There was still a portion of that energy that had not been digested, so it did not dare to be greedy in the face of so many top-grade fire profound crystals and could only ask Ling Xiao to help it store them. Of course. Ling Xiao smiled proudly before waving his space ring and collecting all the fire profound crystals. Currently, Ling Xiao had 2 space rings, one from the Abyss Secret Realm and the other from Nangong Changle who had asked him to bring the ice-cold pill here. Yang Kai used the space ring given by Nangong Changle to store the fire profound crystals. However, when Ling Xiao put away all the fire profound crystals, he found that a protruding rock wall seemed very special. Ling Xiao took out the blazing flame sword and slashed at the rock wall with all his strength. Ding dang. After a single strike, the rock wall did not show the slightest crack. Could this be 10,000-year profound iron? Ling Xiao could not help but ask. This 10,000-year profound iron was accumulated over 10,000 years and was even more precious than 1,000-year black profound iron. It was one of the necessary materials for refining spirit artifacts. Generally, spirit artifacts needed to contain 1,000-year black profound iron, but the blazing flame sword that Ling Xiao was currently using could not cut this rock wall at all, so it could be inferred that this was 10,000-year profound iron. This piece of 10,000-year profound iron looked as tall as half a person and weighed several hundred kilograms. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't let go of this material. Even if he didn't use it, he could still auction it for a sky-high price. Moreover, he also hoped that one day he could get his hands on 1 or 2 spirit tools to play with. Ling Xiao used the blazing sword to of the dragon to dig around the spirit sword, and finally, dug out of it, and he year dragon spirit, he of 1,000-year profound spirit 1,000-year, of spirit 1,000. Ling's spirit of Ling of year was Ling profound of the flame of 1,000 of dragon. He king dragon yun king in. Dragon of Xiao of spirit. This trip really wasn't made in vain. After Ling Xiao put away the 10,000-year profound iron, he couldn't help but sigh. Alright, Zai, let's go out. Ling Xiao patrolled around the belly of the mountain, and after finding nothing else, he jumped onto the fire Qilin's back and called out. The fire Qilin soared into the sky and quickly arrived outside the mouth of the fire. That's right, with my current strength, I should be able to refine a 4th-level pill, muttered Ling Xiao to himself. He then ordered the fire Qilin to find a secluded mountain forest to land in. He was now a middle-stage spirit master and possessed powerful spiritual energy. He wanted to see whether or not he could refine a 4th-level pill. After all, this was an important matter that concerned the advancement of his Vajra 5 transformation art. One man and one beast landed on a mountain peak covered in dense forest. This was also a small part of the desolate mountain range. As soon as the fire Qilin landed, the surrounding spirit beasts were alarmed by its powerful aura and fled in all directions. The fire Qilin pounced at a middle-stage third-rank golden silk spider, biting it to death in 2 or 3 bites. "Boss, give this fellow to Xiao Jin," said the fire Qilin. Ling Xiao blanked for a moment, then laughed. "I didn't know that you knew how to take care of Xiao Jin. That fellow is too weak. If it doesn't get stronger, how can it follow boss?" said the fire Qilin disdainfully. "How well said." Ling Xiao didn't think that the fire Qilin would be so humane. He laughed heartily and released the Golden Wolf King. When the Golden Wolf King saw the fire Qilin, it immediately prostrated itself on the ground, just like how a prince in the imperial palace would greet the emperor. The fire Qilin was a divine beast, and its current strength far surpassed the Golden Wolf King's. This was why the Golden Wolf King didn't dare show any signs of disrespect. The fire Qilin let out a low cry, and the Golden Wolf King crawled back to Ling Xiao's side. "Xiao Jin, that big guy was given to you by Zai Zai. Swallow its beast core," said Ling Xiao to the Golden Wolf King. "Yes, master," the Golden Wolf King replied, then pounced towards the dead golden silk spider. At night, Ling Xiao personally went to kill a green-striped lion of the 3rd level. This was the first time he had tested his skills since stepping into the Spirit Master level. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with his current strength. After eating some barbecued meat, Ling Xiao found a place with sufficient spiritual energy to meditate and rest. He wanted to adjust his condition to his peak before he planned to concoct pills. He sat like this for 3 days. Ling Xiao's energy had reached its peak, and his entire person was becoming more and more refined. "It's time to start," said Ling Xiao to himself. He then dug out a few meters wide hole in the mountain wall and prepared to concoct a 4th-level pill. The 4th-level pill he was going to concoct this time was called the Invigorating Viscera Restoring Pill. This pill was one of the 4th-level pills mentioned in the Vajra's 5 Changes secret. The main ingredients needed were the golden orchid, live spotted bamboo, and some other 2nd and 3rd-level spirit herbs. The golden orchid was obtained from Li Kuanghu when Ling Xiao first entered Purple Sky City, and the live spotted bamboo was given by Ji Yen Zhao. These 2 main ingredients had already been found, and the other spirit herbs Ling Xiao needed had already been purchased from the Spirit Herb Hall. Now, it was up to him to see if he could successfully concoct the Invigorating Viscera Restoring Pill. The Invigorating Viscera Restoring Pill was a type of healing pill. It was not recorded in the alchemy method. This pill, like its name, had the effect of reviving one's internal organs. This was a special pill prepared for practicing the 3rd transformation of the Vajra's 5 Changes secret. This was because in order to practice the 3rd transformation to the Great Completion realm, a martial artist's internal organs must be completely destroyed before they could be reborn again. Only then would it be considered complete. If it were anyone else, they would not dare to practice such a masochistic mysterious art. If they made the slightest mistake, they might lose their life. However, whether it was in his past life or in the future, Ling Xiao was very persistent on the path of martial cultivation. Moreover, he had already tasted the benefits of the Vajra's 5 Changes secret art, so he naturally would not give up. Ling Xiao took out the obsidian cauldron from his space ring. He had not used this medicine cauldron since leaving Meteor City, so he did not dare to expose it in Purple Sky sect. Although he was not too sure whether this was a real heaven cauldron, this medicine cauldron was indeed extraordinary. Any alchemist who saw it would be tempted. When the obsidian cauldron was taken out, the spiritual energy in Ling Xiao's body seemed to be affected, and he could not suppress the urge to immediately perform alchemy, just like when Ling Xiao first obtained the obsidian cauldron. "There's something strange about this cauldron." Ling Xiao looked at the mysterious patterns on the obsidian cauldron and muttered. Then, he discarded all distracting thoughts and began to enter the alchemy state. A stalk of spirit grass was taken out and thrown into the medicine cauldron. A strange blue flame appeared on Ling Xiao's palm. Ling Xiao was slightly startled. "Is this the demon blue fire? I don't know if it will burn down the medicine cauldron, Ling Xiao said with some worry. The demon blue fire bead was a rare treasure, and its flames were the strongest yang fire in the world. Ordinary things would be set ablaze as soon as they touched it, so extinguishing it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens, which was why Ling Xiao was so worried. Ling Xiao did not dare to spread the flames too much and just slowly moved towards the medicine cauldron. *Z. A harsh sound came from the medicine cauldron, scaring Ling Xiao into quickly withdrawing the flames. A powerful spiritual energy burst from the black cauldron walls, and a dark red light instantly filled the entire cave mansion. A powerful aura bloomed at the same time, and a phantom appeared above Ling Xiao. I'm seeing a ghost. Ling Xiao looked at the floating phantom and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The phantom had the appearance of a middle-aged man, dressed in a black and red robe. His hair was curled like a snake, and he looked extremely intelligent and demonic. The phantom bowed slightly to Ling Xiao and called out, "Obsidian greets master." What did you call me?" Ling Xiao asked with his mouth wide open. "Master." The phantom repeated again. "Uncle, I don't know if you're a human or a ghost. Why are you calling me master?" Ling Xiao looked at the phantom speechlessly. He really did not know what was going on. "Master, Obsidian is the cauldron's cauldron soul. Master released me, so you are Obsidian's master," Obsidian explained. "Cauldron soul? What's that?" Ling Xiao was still puzzled. Any spiritual artifact has a spirit, and when it becomes a divine artifact, it can turn into a soul, and Obsidian is the cauldron's soul, Obsidian replied. "Wait, you mean this cauldron is a divine artifact?" Ling Xiao asked again. "Yes, master," Obsidian replied. "Then you've been in the cauldron all this time?" "Yes, master. You said I let you out, but I don't even know how I let you out." Master has heavenly fire, and it was the heavenly fire that burned the cauldron's restriction, allowing Obsidian to be released. After asking a series of questions, Ling Xiao finally understood what was going on. It turned out that this cauldron was one of the extremely rare and precious 9 great heavenly cauldrons, the Obsidian Cauldron, and this phantom was where the cauldron's soul resided, possessing all the consciousness of a human soul. Ling Xiao possessed the demon blue fireball, and the blue flame he used was called heavenly fire, which was the only way to break the cauldron's restriction. No matter who used heavenly fire to break the cauldron's restriction, the cauldron's soul would recognize that person as its master and be used by that person. Now, the Obsidian Cauldron truly belonged to Ling Xiao. Previously, he only had the Obsidian Cauldron, but he was unable to truly use the Obsidian Cauldron's mystical abilities. From now on, Ling Xiao would be able to completely control it, making his alchemy technique even more perfect and advancing even faster. Chapter 224. Ling Xiao was lucky enough to subdue the blue demon fire bead and use it to activate the Obsidian Cauldron's cauldron soul, which made him ecstatic. After communicating with the cauldron soul, Ling Xiao finally had a better understanding of this medicine cauldron, which made him even happier. A heaven-grade medicine cauldron could be called a divine artifact, and its function was truly immeasurable. The cauldron soul explained that in addition to improving the purity and quality of pills, it could also store things, be it living or dead things. This function was similar to an interspatial ring, but it was even more freakish than an interspatial ring. It was actually compatible with the functions of a spirit beast wrist guard, which meant that it had both the functions of an interspatial ring and a spirit beast wrist guard. Ling Xiao dripped a drop of blood essence on it according to the cauldron soul's instructions, and the medicine cauldron completely belonged to Ling Xiao. He could now use its storage function. Ling Xiao examined the inside of the medicine cauldron to see if there was a universe inside. He thought that this heaven-grade medicine cauldron would be like an Earth sovereign-grade interspatial ring, storing a large number of treasures, but he found that he was wrong. There was nothing inside. However, the storage space was very large, about 10,000 square meters. Such a large storage space shocked Ling Xiao. It was equivalent to the capacity of nearly 1,000 interspatial rings, and this space was also filled with non-elemental spiritual energy. Ling Xiao finally understood why this medicine cauldron could store anything. Since there was spiritual energy, it was not difficult for living things to survive here. Originally, Ling Xiao thought that this medicine cauldron was quite freakish, but the real freakish function was yet to come. The cauldron's soul told Ling Xiao that what he saw was just the tip of the iceberg, and that the real universe could only be revealed after Ling Xiao reached the king grade. The cauldron's soul also said that there were a large number of materials necessary for alchemy stored inside. What were the necessary materials for alchemy? It was nothing more than spirit herbs and beast cores. Since it could be stored inside the medicine cauldron and could only be opened by reaching the king grade, it was obvious that those spirit herbs and beast cores were quite precious. At the thought of this, Ling Xiao could not help but swallow his saliva. If that was the case, then he wouldn't have to worry about finding spiritual herbs in the future. As for beast cores, it didn't matter. As long as he had enough strength, it would be easier to kill spiritual beasts. However, the medicinal cauldron's function was not only this. It also had a miraculous function that made Ling Xiao grin from ear to ear. This medicine cauldron could actually be used as an offensive weapon. Ling Xiao was in a good mood after learning the secret of the medicine cauldron. Just as he was about to return to the cave to refine pills, he sensed a few people walking towards him. The Fire Qilin and the Golden Wolf King became vigilant and retreated to Ling Xiao's side. "Boss, there are humans coming over here," the Fire Qilin said to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded. "I know. You guys come back first." After saying that, Ling Xiao put the Fire Qilin and the Golden Wolf King back into his Spirit Beast bracer. These two Spirit Beasts were one of his trump cards. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to expose them in front of others. At that moment, a voice called out, "Captain, I heard that sound coming from over here." Immediately after, a dozen or so figures walked out from the dense forest with rustling sounds. These people were all wearing the same clothes, and each of them had a beautiful, blood-red pattern on their chests. It was clearly the symbol of a certain group. The one in the lead was an extremely enchanting woman. This woman was around 30 years old, and other than her sexy satin that covered her important parts, everything else was exposed to the air. Her rosy white skin was extremely smooth and delicate, causing people to have the urge to caress it. Her proud and erect breasts were not any smaller than Yulian's, and were even larger. Her pair of charming eyes rippled with indescribable lust. At first glance, this woman was definitely not an ordinary woman from a good family. Beside her were a dozen or so strong men, all of them above the age of 30 or 40. All of them had the aura of a wild man. Every one of them was no weaker than a high-level mystic cultivator. There were even 3 low-level spirit masters and 1 middle-level spirit master. Ling Xiao looked at this group of people and thought to himself, "This lineup is really not weak." Back in Meteor City, the strongest mercenary group's Green Mercenary Group was only a high-level mystic cultivator, but there was a spirit master here. No wonder they could directly enter the inner area of the mountain range. With their strength, as long as they didn't go too deep, they wouldn't be a threat. When the enchanting woman saw Ling Xiao, she was attracted by his handsome appearance. Moreover, Ling Xiao's upper body was bare. Her peach blossom eyes kept sizing up Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao felt the woman's scorching gaze, and for no reason, he hugged his chest and weakly said, "You are?" Looking at him like this, it seemed that he was really afraid of being eaten alive by the woman. "Hee, little brother, why are you hugging your chest? It's not like I'm going to eat you. What are you afraid of?" The enchanting woman let out a bell-like laugh. Ling Xiao rubbed his nose and laughed. "Big sister must be joking. This little brother's body only has a few tails of meat. There really isn't much to eat." Although Ling Xiao liked beautiful women, and the woman in front of him was not bad-looking and had a great figure, when he saw that she was surrounded by a large group of men and was dressed so coquettishly, he didn't need to guess to know that she was a flirtatious woman. He really didn't have much interest in this kind of woman. "Brat, was it just you here?" A low-level spirit-level burly man stood up and asked Ling Xiao sternly. Ling Xiao nodded and replied, If you didn't see anyone else, I think I'm the only one here. Impossible, when I heard the fighting just now, you saw that the trees here were all crushed into pieces. There must be people or high-level spirit beasts nearby. The burly man said in disbelief. He then stared at Ling Xiao and said coldly, "Brat, you dare to trick me?" Ling Xiao spread his hands and said, "If you don't believe me, then forget it. I still have things to do, so I'll be leaving first." Ling Xiao didn't want to get entangled any further and turned around to leave. "Don't even think about leaving. Hurry up and tell me where the people here went, or you're dead." The burly man seemed to want to eat Ling Xiao up and blocked his way. "Great white shark, shut up!" The enchanting woman shouted in annoyance. As a middle spirit master, she could tell that Ling Xiao's strength was similar to hers. Although her subordinates were strong, they couldn't compare to this youth in front of her. The burly man snorted coldly and retreated to the side. The enchanting woman smiled tenderly and said, "May I ask if little brother is interested in joining our Bloody Clam mercenary group? Big sister will give you the position of vice leader." "Leader, this brat hasn't even grown his hair yet. What qualifications does he have to be our vice leader?" The burly man from before said in annoyance. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at the burly man, wanting to teach him a lesson. However, he suppressed his impulse and said, "Big sister, I appreciate your good intentions. I still have things to do, so I'll be leaving first. See you later." "Little brother, why are you in such a hurry to leave? I'll have someone roast some food here so you can chat with big sister for a bit." The enchanting woman seemed to be very interested in Ling Xiao and wrapped her body around Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao enjoyed the gentle fragrance and almost wanted to stay. But when he thought about how this woman might have had an affair with the dozen or so burly men behind him, he couldn't help but feel nauseous. He immediately struggled away from the enchanting woman and said, "Little brother really does have something important to do. I appreciate big sister's hospitality." With that, Ling Xiao wanted to leave. Who knew that the burly man from before would stop him again and say, "Insensible brat, it's your good fortune that our leader has taken a liking to you. If you don't know what's good for you, I'll skin you right now." Chapter 225. Ling Xiao's anger was gradually rising as the other party continued to be overbearing. He coldly stared at the man nicknamed Great White Shark and said, "Immediately slap your stinky mouth 50 times. Otherwise, I will tear it apart." Hearing this, Great White Shark burst into laughter along with the other members of the blood-curdling mercenary band. Ling Xiao looked to be around 20 years of age. Although they couldn't see his true strength, they all felt that Ling Xiao was just a brat who was still wet behind the ears. They were all very strong, but he actually dared to say that he would tear apart their vice-captain's mouth. This was the funniest joke they had ever heard. Out of everyone present, only the enchanting woman didn't laugh. This was because she could see that Ling Xiao's true strength was on par with hers, perhaps even slightly stronger than hers. She was currently thinking about how to seduce this handsome and powerful young man into her skirt. Great White Shark pointed at Ling Xiao's nose and said with disdain, "Stinky brat, your words are quite arrogant. I admit that you have angered your grandfather. Kneel down and kowtow to me. Otherwise, I will feed you to the spirit beasts." Ling Xiao looked at Great White Shark with disdain before looking at the enchanting woman and said, "Sister, your subordinates seem to be lacking in discipline. Let this little brother discipline them for you. I'm sure you won't mind." Although Ling Xiao was asking for the enchanting woman's opinion, he didn't wait for her to reply before he made his move. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed as he reached for Great White Shark's neck with one hand. Great White Shark had just reacted when he discovered that his throat was being tightly gripped by a strong hand. It was as if his neck could be broken at any moment if his opponent used even the slightest bit of force. Slap. Ling Xiao's empty hand fiercely slapped Great White Shark's face. In an instant, a dazzling 5-finger mark appeared on Great White Shark's face. It was obvious that Ling Xiao had used a lot of strength in that slap. The surrounding blood-curdling mercenaries were all blinded. One had to know that their captain's strength was second only to their leader, Shuege. He had already reached the strength of a low-level soul master. They didn't expect that their captain would be grabbed by the neck and slapped in the face in the blink of an eye. They felt like they were dreaming. Could it be that this young man had the strength of a spirit master? That's what you get for your mouth. Ling Xiao cursed unhappily. His hand did not stop, and he continued to slap the great white shark's face. Papa. The great white shark was beaten into a pig's head in an instant. Its face was terrifyingly red and swollen, and a lot of scarlet blood flowed out of its mouth. That's enough, little brother. I think he already knows his wrongs. Please let him go, said Shuegue. All right, for the sake of my sister, I'll spare him this time, Ling Xiao replied faintly and casually threw the great white shark away. But the great white shark's body flew more than 10 meters away and crashed into a tree before stopping. I'm going to kill you. The great white shark that had just fallen crawled back up with red eyes. He pulled out his heavy blade and quickly charged at Ling Xiao. Great white shark, stop. Shuegue blocked great white shark's way and shouted, Captain, get out of the way. This brat has humiliated me. If I don't kill him today, how can I swallow this anger? The great white shark had already gone mad with anger. He was a powerful spirit master, but he had actually been slapped in the face by a brat in front of his brothers. This was even worse than killing him. Enough, you're not his opponent. Don't go to your death, said Shuegue. Impossible. Watch me kill this damned bastard. The great white shark had already lost his mind from anger. How could he listen to Shuegue's advice? He bypassed Shuegue and swung the heavy saber in his hand, releasing a terrifying pale yellow spiritual power. He slashed at Ling Xiao. The full power of a low-level spirit master's attack was quite shocking. Reckless fool, I'll use you as an example, said Ling Xiao disdainfully. He left an afterimage where he had been standing and dodged great white shark's attack. Rumble. The blade light was like a rainbow as it cut a crack in the ground. Great white shark, watch your back. Shuegue warned. Too late. Ling Xiao said as he kicked the great white shark's back with both of his feet. Papa. Ah. Great white shark was kicked a few times by Ling Xiao and was sent flying again like a cannonball. Ling Xiao had the upper hand and chased after great white shark again. Shuegue naturally didn't want her subordinates to die at Ling Xiao's hands. She immediately stood in front of Ling Xiao and said, Little brother, for the sake of big sister, let him go this time. Ling Xiao sneered and instantly disappeared in front of Shuegue. He once again appeared in front of great white shark, who had just crawled up, and kicked him again. Each of Ling Xiao's kicks contained a powerful spirit energy attack. Great white shark didn't have any chance to fight back and was stepped on like a dead dog by Ling Xiao. A dog-like thing dares to want to kill me? Do you believe that I won't step on your dog head right now? Scolded Ling Xiao disdainfully. Great white shark wanted to die after being stepped on by Ling Xiao. He never would have thought that such a young kid would have such terrifying strength. Just a face mask was enough to beat him into a pulp. His anger instantly disappeared, and he regretted it to the extreme. Hurry up and let go of the vice captain, or we won't let you go, shouted a low-level spirit master. All the mercenaries behind him looked indignant as well. It seemed that if Ling Xiao dared to kill Great White Shark, they would all swarm him. Little brother, let him go. I'll let you do whatever you want to me. How about that? Shuegue gently untied the light gauze on her shoulder and said with a seductive look. She had seen Ling Xiao's actions just now. She secretly compared herself to Ling Xiao. There was a certain gap between her and Ling Xiao, so it was best to avoid conflict with Ling Xiao as much as possible. Of course, the most ideal thing was to seduce this young man. Wouldn't it be great if the two of them could dual cultivate? Ling Xiao glanced at Shuegue and said indifferently, Of course I have to give face to big sister. With that, Ling Xiao loosened his foot and kicked Great White Shark's back. Immediately, Great White Shark rolled to Shuegue's feet like a ball. Its eyes rolled back, and Ling Xiao's kick killed it. Bastard! Captain, let's chop this kid up, cursed a low-level spirit master. He immediately called out to his men and charged at Ling Xiao. As mercenaries, they were used to seeing life and death, and they all had fiery tempers. Furthermore, This low-level spirit master had just hooked up with Shuigui for a period of time. Shuigui's skills in bed had allowed him to eat without hesitation. He really didn't want to fall out of favor with Shuigui, so he could only incite public anger and kill the kid in front of him to preserve his position. To the side, Shuigui was in a dilemma. On one hand, she wanted to hook up with this young kid, but on the other hand, she didn't want to break her promise to her subordinates. Now that her vice-captain had been killed, if she didn't get justice for her subordinates, she was afraid that her subordinates' hearts would be cold. "Stop!" Shuigui hesitated for a moment and then shouted, ordering her subordinates to stop first. The low-level spirit master naturally didn't dare go up alone. He also stopped and looked at Ling Xiao with dissatisfaction. Shuigui walked over to Ling Xiao's side and said, "Little brother, you really want to make things difficult for big sister. All right, stop acting. He wanted to kill me, so it's only right that I kill him. If any of you don't agree, then come at me," said Ling Xiao with a wave of his hand. There was no need for him to continue flirting with this woman, so he made it clear. Killing that guy just now wasn't a big deal, and he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. People like him didn't deserve to die. "Fine, I'll give you two choices. One is to submit to me and be my boy toy, as well as the vice-captain of the Blood Rose mercenary band. Two is to go up together and get revenge for my vice-captain," said Shuigui, flustered and exasperated. She had originally thought that such a young fellow should be in the prime of his youth. As long as she seduced him slightly, he would fall under her skirt. She hadn't expected him to not appreciate her kindness and even spout such arrogant words. If she didn't act a bit more forcefully, then she wouldn't be able to continue being a captain. "Captain, you can't. This kid killed our vice-captain, so we won't recognize his status," objected the low-level spirit master. "Viper, this has nothing to do with you. Get out of my way," said Shuigui unhappily. She then looked at Ling Xiao and licked her sexy red lips. "Have you thought it through? As long as you submit to me, Big Sister will let you know what it feels like to be a god." "Sorry, I'm not interested in second-hand goods." Ling Xiao rubbed his nose and smiled. Shuigui's expression froze and she immediately shouted, "You don't know what's good for you. Everyone, let's get revenge for our vice-captain." Shuigui was the first to pull out the red whip that was tied to her waist and swing it at Ling Xiao. A dazzling whip light emitted a scorching and powerful energy. Immediately after, a dozen mercenaries behind her swarmed forward, wanting to kill Ling Xiao. "Forcing me to kill, it's really a sin, a sin." Ling Xiao shook his head and said. He poured wind attribute energy into his feet and shot out countless palm shadows at the same time. Every single palm strike contained a piercingly cold and scorching demonic blue flame, causing the surrounding air to crackle from the burning of the blue flame. Shuigui's red whip was instantly set ablaze after being hit by the palm. Shuigui was shocked. Her red whip was a low-level profound artifact made from the silk of a 1,000-year-old red spider. Normal profound artifacts wouldn't be able to damage it in the slightest. But it was destroyed after being touched by the opponent's blue flame. This was too inconceivable. Actually, even Ling Xiao himself was shocked. He really didn't think that the blue demon flame could actually burn profound artifacts. But after a moment of shock, he charged towards those mercenaries. Using the wind attribute, his speed was peerless. His palms continuously shot out cloud-expelling palms and the blue demon flame displayed its terrifying power. The mercenaries were set ablaze with just a single palm strike. The mercenaries kept rolling on the ground, screaming in pain. After a while, the mercenaries that had been hit by Ling Xiao's attack were burned to ashes. Instantly, the remaining people didn't dare to act rashly. That low-level spirit master's back was dripping with cold sweat and he was regretting his actions. Chapter 226. As soon as he made his move, a few high-level mystic cultivators were killed with a single palm strike. No, it should be said that they were burned alive. A strong burning smell made everyone feel disgusted, but in the end, not a single residue was left, which made everyone feel even more terrified. Shuigui looked at everything in front of her with a pale face, and a cold feeling swept through her entire body. She originally thought that the guy in front of her was only slightly stronger than her. She didn't think that his broken hand would be so terrifying. In the blink of an eye, she lost a few people on her side, and he could even burn a profound artifact. This completely overturned her understanding of profound techniques. She really didn't think that there would be such a terrifying profound technique in this world. Could it be the legendary? Ling Xiao interrupted her thoughts and said, "Come on, didn't you guys bully me with numbers?" Ling Xiao then walked step by step towards the low-level spirit master who yelled the most fiercely. The low-level spirit master heard Ling Xiao's slow footsteps, and it was like a heavy blow to his heart, making him very uncomfortable. "I deserve to die. Please have mercy, sir." The low-level spirit master couldn't breathe under the invisible pressure of Ling Xiao, and the defense in his heart completely collapsed. He bent his knees and heavily knelt in front of Ling Xiao, begging for mercy. Ling Xiao walked over and heavily kicked the low-level spirit master's chest, saying disdainfully, "You bunch of trash dare to have ideas about this young master, you really are looking to die." After saying that, Ling Xiao coldly swept his gaze over the remaining mercenaries, and they all knelt down and begged. They really didn't think that this young man was actually a terrifying god of death. He really killed people without spilling blood, and not even a single residue was left. This was too scary. Even if they were used to seeing death, they still felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. Finally, Ling Xiao's gaze fell on Shui Gui's face. Shui Gui shivered and immediately knelt on the ground like the others, begging, This young master, this little girl has eyes but didn't recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive me, young master. If young master doesn't mind, Shui Gui is willing to serve you forever." After saying that, Shui Gui directly tore off her clothes, and her towering and straight breasts were exposed in front of Ling Xiao. It couldn't be denied that although Shui Gui was slutty, her face and figure were very good. Those two soft lumps of flesh were so soft that Ling Xiao probably couldn't even grasp them with one hand. Those two bright red spots stimulated Ling Xiao's nervous system, causing his desire to soar. He almost wanted to take this woman to a place with no one else to have a wild. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, calmed the chaotic desires in his body, and said lightly, "Put away your tricks. This young master has no interest in second-hand goods. Offer up your valuable things. If there's nothing this young master has a liking for, then all of you can go see the king of hell for this young master." Hearing Ling Xiao say this, everyone opened their bags and took out the spirit grasses and beast cores they had obtained. One after another, they placed them in front of Ling Xiao, waiting for him to choose. Ling Xiao only glanced at them briefly before his space ring flashed and all the things placed in front of him were put away. Everyone was dumbfounded. They thought that Ling Xiao would only take things of value, but they didn't expect him to take them all and even use the legendary space ring. This time, everyone's heart ached. This was what they had obtained after risking their lives for a period of time. Shui Gui cursed the dead great white shark in his heart. Why did it have to come and provoke this evil star? Now it was all good, everything was gone. Seeing your sincerity, this young master will let you go. Quickly scram, Ling Xiao said with a slight frown. In his heart he was thinking, it's all your fault for forcing this young master to do bad things, you're all too evil. If these words were heard by the blood crystal mercenaries, it was likely that they would all faint from anger. Saying such sarcastic words after their things had been stolen, did they even have any sense of morality? The blood crystal mercenaries all ran away dejectedly. Ling Xiao casually glanced over the things he had just obtained and was surprised to find that there were quite a few Tier 3 spirit grasses and the rest were basically Tier 2 spirit grasses. This was actually quite a good harvest. After Ling Xiao sorted out these spirit grasses, he was immediately attracted to one of the Tier 3 spirit grasses. Unexpectedly, it was a high Tier 3 metal attribute spirit grass, Gold Sunday. This was an essential spirit grass to refine a Tier 3 metal attribute spirit breaking pill. Ling Xiao had always wanted to raise Li Kuanghu's strength to spirit master level as soon as possible, but he had always been lacking Gold Sun spirit grasses. This was just the right time. After returning to Purple Sky City, he would refine the spirit-breaking pill for Li Kuanghu and let him reach spirit master level as soon as possible. At the same time, an idea also emerged in Ling Zhao's mind. In the future, he would definitely not settle down in any place. He would continue to advance towards a higher level of martial arts, and the people around him might not be able to keep up with his footsteps, or it could be said that they would only grow further and further apart. At that time, it would inevitably affect their relationship, which was something that Ling Zhao did not want to see. Since this was the case, he had to think of a way to make the people around him stronger. For example, his parents, Yu Shi, Dai Wei, Lone Eagle, their tenbin wasn't outstanding, so it could only be done through constant hard work. Furthermore, they had to be provided with spirit grasses and pills. This way, he believed that they wouldn't be too far away from him. As an alchemist, as long as Ling Zhao worked hard, his achievements would definitely not be low. At that time, as long as he could refine a large amount of spirit pills that could raise martial levels, he would be able to create a group of powerful martial artists. Thinking of this, Ling Zhao had a preliminary plan in his heart. After sending Shui Gui and the others away, Ling Zhao was no longer interested in refining the vital organ-restoring pill, so he wanted to return to Purple Sky sect. However, after hesitating for a moment, he still decided to train in the mountain range for a period of time. Since he would be training when he returned, it would be more comfortable to train in the mountain range. Now that he had broken through to Intermediate Spirit Master, the gap between him and Yun Mingqi had shortened quite a bit. However, Ling Zhao couldn't be careless. After all, Yun Mingqi had obtained an Earth Sovereign rank inheritance. He believed that she wouldn't have too many bottlenecks on her way to the Earth Sovereign rank, so it wouldn't be easy for Ling Zhao to catch up to her. The goal he set for himself was to keep up with Yun Mingqi's pace in 5 years. To break through from Intermediate Spirit Master to King rank in 5 years was quite difficult. One had to know that many people couldn't reach that step in their entire lives, but he only set a time limit of 5 years. It had to be said that Ling Zhao had a lot of confidence in himself. In the following month, Ling Zhao continued to kill in the forest. Many third-rank spirit beasts died under his palm. At the same time, he released the Fire Qilin and the Golden Wolf King to let them recover their wild nature, which would be beneficial for their growth. During this month, Ling Zhao didn't use any weapons. He only used the Blue Demon Flame and the innate Yin Wind Evil Qi. He used these two terrifying spirit powers on the Cloud Expelling Palm and the Wind God's Kick. With their terrifying killing power, he didn't need to borrow the power of Xian weapons. The Blue Demon Flame was one of the most yang flames in the world. Anything that touched it would ignite, and it was difficult to extinguish. The innate Yin Wind Evil Qi was extremely corrosive, and its destructive power wasn't any weaker than the Blue Demon Flame. At the same time, Ling Zhao also learned the wood concealment art. This concealment art was indeed strange, but it was also very useful. Ling Zhao hid himself many times, turning into a plant so that those powerful spirit beasts couldn't find any trace of him. On the other hand, Ling Zhao didn't specially cultivate the Illusion 7 Kills art. He felt that the 7 Kills art was only suitable for sneak attacks and assassinations. To a person like him who prided himself on being open and aboveboard, he really didn't want to learn it. Moreover, he felt that the power of the 7 Kills art was not as practical as the other Xian skills that he had. In just a short month, Ling Zhao's spirit power increased again. The reason was none other than the fact that he had eaten a lot of high-level spirit beasts' meat. His spirit power had also received a lot of supplement. The biggest harvest was the beast cores of the spirit beasts he killed, and the high-level spirit herbs he found. Although these could not be compared to the highest grade fire mysterious crystal, their value was not low at all. This was because other than him, the Fire Qilin and the Golden Wolf King were also hunting. Especially the Fire Qilin, it had killed a few 4th-rank spirit beasts. It was a great display of its might as a 4th-rank spirit beast. Of course, all the beast cores of the spirit beasts were collected by Ling Zhao. As night fell, the valley became quiet. The moonlight sprinkled down from between the trees, illuminating a cave that was covered by weeds. In front of the cave, there was a wolf king with golden fur. It seemed to be asleep, but once there was the slightest movement, it would open its big eyes and become vigilant. In the cave, Ling Xiao was calmly meditating. A formless spirit energy poured in from his Tianling acupoint. The spirit energy was divided into two, one flowed into his sea of consciousness, and the other flowed into his dantian. In his sea of consciousness, the two pearls of different colors each emitted a strange light, and the small tree in the middle also bloomed with light. They were all frantically fighting to absorb the spirit energy from the outside world, especially the small tree. It was extremely greedy, and the speed at which it snatched was also extremely fast. Most of the spirit energy that flowed into his sea of consciousness was absorbed by it. The old man in the small tree laughed and said, "It's good that this kid can absorb spirit energy. If this goes on, I will only need less than 50 years to recover." Ling Xiao was completely unaware of the situation in his sea of consciousness. He continued to circulate the three parts returning to origin qi to absorb the spirit energy from the outside world. Who would have thought that the Vajra 5 transformation technique, which was usually used for healing, would also circulate and absorb the metal attribute spirit energy from the outside world? For a moment, a large amount of spirit energy from the outside world crazily rushed into Ling Xiao's cave. Ling Xiao was like a sponge, absorbing as much spiritual energy as there was. There was no limit to it. After an unknown amount of time, he slowly opened his eyes and said with a puzzled expression, "Could it be that the Vajra 5 transformation technique is not as simple as a defensive cultivation technique?" Ling Xiao had always thought that the Vajra 5 transformation technique was just an abnormal defensive cultivation technique, but now it could absorb spirit energy on its own. This made Ling Xiao feel strange. Ling Xiao shook his head and closed his eyes again. This time, he did not meditate, but entered his own sea of consciousness. Once a human warrior reached the spirit master level, they could look at any part of their body, and the sea of consciousness was no exception. When he was meditating, Ling Xiao clearly felt that he had absorbed a large amount of spirit energy, but a large portion of it had been divided. He had no choice but to enter his sea of consciousness to understand. Chapter 227. Little friend, how did you manage to enter this place? Could it be that you have already reached the 8th level of strength? Lu Weng looked at Ling Xiao, who had suddenly entered his sea of consciousness. Previously, Ling Xiao had not entered the sea of consciousness on his own accord, but this time, he had entered on his own accord. Human martial artists were different from spirit beasts. Any expert that had reached the spirit master level could begin to look inside their body and enter their own sea of consciousness to meditate and cultivate. Any spirit beast, spirit tree, or spirit grass could only condense a divine soul after reaching the 8th level. They were no different from humans and could achieve the realm of the divine soul leaving the body. In reality, Ling Xiao's ability to look inside his sea of consciousness did not mean that his divine soul could leave the body. At most, it could only be called entering the body to facilitate one's cultivation. In order to truly achieve the divine soul leaving the body, one had to reach the mystic emperor level and above. Hearing Lu Weng's question, Ling Xiao's expression darkened and he immediately replied in a displeased manner, "Elder Lu, do I look like I've reached the 8th level?" Lu Weng awkwardly smiled and said, "Could it be that little friend mistakenly landed here again?" Ling Xiao was almost speechless. This old fellow was cursing him to enter a cultivation deviation again. When we humans reach the spirit master level, we can look inside our sea of consciousness and enter and exit the sea of consciousness as we wish. Therefore, in the future, as long as I want to enter this place, I can do so at any time, Ling Xiao explained. So that's how it is. You humans are truly mystical. Lu Weng could not help but sigh. Don't talk nonsense. Elder Lu, your expression seems to be quite good. It seems that you have recovered quite a bit of your essence energy? Ling Xiao went straight to the point. It's all thanks to you, Lu Weng happily said. He then looked at Ling Xiao's scrutinizing gaze and immediately became vigilant. Little friend, don't tell me you have some ideas about this old man again? This old man did not just recover a bit of essence energy. Ling Xiao looked at the vigilant Lu Wang and secretly laughed in his heart. This old fellow has also learned his lesson. However, he said, "Elder Lu, what kind of person do you think I am? Really, I just want to ask if the majority of the spiritual energy I absorbed was absorbed by you?" After Lu Wang heard this, he loudly laughed and said, "Little friend's words are incorrect. The spirit energy that I absorbed was absorbed by little friend." For a moment, Ling Xiao didn't understand what Lu Wang meant by this. This old man once said that temporarily staying in little friend's knowledge will definitely be beneficial to little friend's cultivation. Now that little friend has begun to absorb spiritual energy, this old man can naturally also absorb spiritual energy through little friend to recover. However, this old man's absorption speed is a bit faster than little friend's, so little friend has naturally benefited from this old man's light. Thus, you should be happy that you took me in back then. Lu Wang smiled as he stroked his green beard. Before Ling Xiao had become a spirit master, Lu Wang could also absorb spiritual energy to recover, but his absorption speed was extremely slow. Now that Ling Xiao had become a spirit master, he could pour spiritual energy into the sky spirit point, allowing Lu Wang to absorb spiritual energy through Ling Xiao's sky spirit point. Although Ling Xiao's absorption speed was relatively fast for human cultivators, it still couldn't compare to Lu Wang, who was a tree spirit. Lu Wang was a mystical spirit of heaven and earth, so his absorption speed of wood attribute spiritual energy was 10 times or even 100 times that of Ling Xiao. This meant that Ling Xiao didn't even need to circulate his wood attribute spiritual energy. Lu Wang would constantly absorb spiritual energy, and a small portion of it would remain in Ling Xiao's dantian. The innate cold wind bead and demon blue fire bead were the same. In other words, Ling Xiao had spiritual energy in his body at all times, and his strength was constantly increasing. However, when he was meditating, the absorption speed was even more obvious. If this continued, Ling Xiao would be able to become a high spirit master many times faster than normal people. After understanding this, Ling Xiao was overjoyed. According to Lu Wang, the 3 attributes of wind, fire, and wood were constantly strengthening. Thus, as long as he increased the absorption speed of the gold and ice attributes, he would be able to achieve a balance between the 5 attributes. Then, his strength would be beyond imagination. Since absorbing spiritual energy wasn't a big problem, he would do his best to increase his spiritual energy. Not only had his spiritual sea expanded by more than 10 times due to the 2 strange beads, but a part of it had already turned into a floating white spiritual essence. His spiritual power had become liquid, which was equivalent to a qualitative leap. Now, Ling Xiao could be considered to have truly stepped into the first step of the soul-controlling arts, skill manipulation. With his current spiritual energy, his perception had already reached a range of 2,000 meters. As long as Ling Xiao wanted to, there was nothing within 2,000 meters that could escape his perception. But this wasn't the most surprising thing. What made Ling Xiao go crazy with joy was that he could now use his spiritual energy to form moves. In this month he had used his spiritual energy to use the first 2 moves of the Cloud Expelling Palm, Sky Frost Fist, and Wind God's Kick to kill many spirit beasts. However, although the spirit beasts were killed, the beast cores of the spirit beasts were also destroyed. After all, spiritual energy was an invisible attack that could only target the spiritual sea of human martial artists. For spirit beasts, it was aimed at the beast cores of spirit beasts. Thus, when Ling Xiao used his spiritual energy to kill the spirit beasts, he naturally destroyed the beast cores of the spirit beasts. Ling Xiao withdrew from his sea of consciousness. After returning to the Purple Sky City, he had to think of a way to purchase a batch of spirit herbs that were beneficial to spiritual energy. Otherwise, if he only relied on meditation cultivation, he wouldn't be very satisfied with the speed. In addition, Ling Xiao planned to increase his cultivation time in the future and put aside alchemy for the time being. This way, the cultivation of his spiritual force would be even slower, so he could only think of using spirit herbs to improve his spiritual force as soon as possible. As soon as the sky brightened, Ling Xiao planned to leave the mountain range. Who would have thought that the fire Qilin would say goodbye to him? "Boss, I'm going home." The fire Qilin reluctantly said to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at the fire Qilin in surprise and asked, "Go home? Where is your home?" Ever since Ling Xiao saved the fire Qilin in the abyss of the mountain range, it had always been by his side. Ling Xiao really didn't know where the fire Qilin's home was. "My home is in the deepest part of the mountain range. That is where my god race resides." The fire Qilin looked at the deepest part of the mountain range with a complicated gaze. There seemed to be a worry that it couldn't solve. This was the first time that Ling Xiao sensed the emotional changes of the fire Qilin. "Do you need help from boss?" Ling Xiao asked worriedly. Even though his strength was far inferior to the fire Qilin, he still wanted to help it. In Ling Xiao's heart, the fire Qilin wasn't a servant beast. It was more like a close friend, the kind of brother that he could freely communicate with. "Thank you, boss. This is a big matter for my god race, and we can't let outsiders interfere. Besides, I've swallowed so many fire crystals, and my strength has greatly increased. I believe that I can take back everything that belongs to me." The fire Qilin displayed great confidence. "That's good. No matter what, I'm still your boss. No matter what happens, boss will always stand by your side." Ling Xiao patted the fire Qilin's forehead as he spoke sincerely. "I understand, boss. I'm leaving now. I'll come back after a while to find boss," the fire Qilin said as it slowly rose into the air. Ling Xiao was very reluctant, but he also knew that there were some things that he couldn't stop. Just as the fire Qilin was about to leave, Ling Xiao shouted at it, "You wastrel! You have to come back and find boss soon. Otherwise, boss will be able to enjoy your fire crystals alone." "Boss, you can't be like this," the fire Qilin said. Then, it howled at the Golden Wolf King a few times before finally flying towards the depths of the mountain range. Looking at the fire Qilin disappear, Ling Xiao felt a wave of pain in his heart, as if something was stuck in his heart. "Xiao Jin, what did that wastrel say to you just now?" Ling Xiao asked as he stroked the Golden Wolf King's fur. "His Highness said that he would bring me delicious food," the Golden Wolf King replied. "Huh, then you're in luck." Ling Xiao forced a smile. Following the fire Qilin's departure, Ling Xiao's mood wasn't very good for a few days. He had originally wanted to refine the invigorating viscera restoring pill, but it seemed that he could only put that aside for now. Ling Xiao no longer had any interest in hunting spirit beasts, so he mounted the Golden Wolf King and set off on his return journey. It had been a few months since he left the Purple Sky sect. He believed that the two masters in the sect must have been worried. Once he thought of returning to the sect, the faces of master and disciple Zhu Ruchang appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. After returning this time, he decided to move away from Herb Peak. Returning to Wood Flag Peak to cultivate was the right path. He only moved away from Herb Peak to cultivate, but it didn't mean that he was afraid of master and disciple Zhu Ruchang. Ling Xiao just didn't want to lower himself to the same level as those two, so he could only force himself to quarrel by his ears all day long and disturb his state of mind. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. Ling Xiao finally arrived in front of a city. On the city gate of this city, there were 3 simple and bold words: Goose Sacrifice City. Ling Xiao didn't know why, but when he saw these words, he felt a chill down his spine. Why did the name of this city give people a dark feeling? Did I go the wrong way? Ling Xiao looked at the city in front of him doubtfully and thought. When he came to Flame Valley, he rode a Gale Eagle. He didn't know the way, so he didn't know if he had passed by this Goose Sacrifice City. He just walked back based on his feelings. Forget it, it's better to restrain myself. I'll ask people when I get to the city. Ling Xiao shook his head and jumped off the Golden Wolf King. He kept it in the Spirit Beast wristband and then strode towards Goose Sacrifice City. Ling Xiao walked to the front of the city gate and was stopped by 2 guards who were guarding the gate. One of the guards stretched out his hand and said, "Pay the entrance fee first." Ling Xiao sized up the 2 guards. These 2 actually had the cultivation of a high-level Mystic Realm cultivator. He thought that this Goose Sacrifice City was also a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Ling Xiao took out 100 gold coins and stuffed it into the guard's hand. Then, he took out another 500 gold coins and said, This little brother is filial piety to the two big brothers. The two guards were delighted and immediately said to Ling Xiao, "You're not bad, kid. Hurry up and go in, otherwise it'll be too late." Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, "What does this big brother mean?" "Little brother, stop pretending. Although your outfit is a little bad, it's still much better than those arrogant young masters. Go in, we brothers think highly of you," a guard said with a smile. The more Ling Xiao listened, the more puzzled he became. He originally wanted to ask the two of them if this was the way back to the Purple Sky sect, but he could only give up on this idea and enter the city to see what was going on. Chapter 228. Ling Xiao walked into the city and saw that both sides of the street were deserted. This caused him to be extremely puzzled. Could it be that this is a dead city? Ling Xiao was about to spread out his senses when he found a young man about his age running out of a house and running in one direction. Ling Xiao took 2 steps forward and pulled the young man and asked, "Brother, where are you going?" The young man looked at Ling Xiao impatiently and said, "I can tell that you are an outsider at a glance. If you want to know, follow me and we will talk on the way." "Thank you," Ling Xiao replied without hesitation, and walked side by side with the young man in a certain direction. "Brother, do you really not know what happened in Guzhai City?" the young man asked. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "I am just passing by your place. I really don't know what happened." "Then you are lucky. Today is the day when the high priest of Guzhai City sacrifices the city. At the same time, it is also the day when the high priest's granddaughter chooses her grandson-in-law. All the young masters in the city have gone to participate, and there are also many young talents from big families outside the city. They all came for the high priest's granddaughter. Everyone in the city has gathered at the priest's hall to join in the fun," the young man said proudly. Ling Xiao looked at his excited expression and said with a smile, "Brother, it seems that you have the chance to become the high priest's son-in-law." The young man looked embarrassed and said, "I am just going to take a look and try my luck." It seems that the granddaughter of the high priest must be as beautiful as a fairy. Even someone as handsome as brother has been charmed by her. It is really amazing. Ling Xiao knew how to talk along the lines. Whether it was a man or a woman, being praised by others would feel like they were floating, and this young man was no exception. For a moment, he took Ling Xiao as a friend and said, "Brother, your words are pleasant to hear. No matter what, I am still the most handsome man in Guzhai City, Jia Junan. Maybe I can really get the high priest's favor." Ling Xiao continued to praise Jia Junan. "That's for sure. Brother Jia is a talented man with extraordinary strength. It's inevitable that countless beauties will throw themselves at you. Brother, you're not bad either. How should I address you?" Hearing this, Jia Junan was extremely happy. He immediately hugged Ling Xiao's shoulder and laughed loudly. People who didn't know better would think that Ling Xiao and Jia Junan were good friends and brothers for many years. "This little brother is called Ling Xiao. Compared to brother Jia, I'm far inferior," Ling Xiao said modestly. Then, the two of them put their arms around each other's shoulders and walked toward the priest hall in the square. Along the way, Ling Xiao finally understood the situation of Guzhai City. According to Jia Junan, Chuji City had been built for tens of thousands of years, and it was one of the oldest cities in the northwest. It was a city located between the Purple Sky sect and the moon-worshipping sect, and it was an independent city. For tens of thousands of years, no one dared to invade Chuji City. Those sects that once wanted to annex Chuji City were all obliterated in the long river of history. And in Chuji City, the one with the greatest power was the high priest. No one knew the surname and origin of the high priest. They only knew that he was a mysterious figure that had been passed down since the city was built. Every generation's high priest was a terrifyingly powerful almighty with remarkable abilities. He would always be the highest ruler of Chuji City. He was deeply respected by all the citizens of Chuji City. In Chuji City, there would be a day every year when the high priest would sacrifice the city. It was all because of the ancient legend that Chuji City had been cursed with the myriad generations' ancestral curse. Every year, The high priest had to offer sacrifices to the gods in order to ensure that Chuji City would always prosper and never decline. Otherwise, there would be a disaster of city destruction. Today was the annual day of Chuji City. Every year, this day was the most lively day in Chuji City. All the citizens would gather at the priest hall to worship the ceremony of Chuji City. And today was even more lively than in previous years. Because in addition to the priest ceremony, the high priest's granddaughter would also choose her husband after the priest ceremony. Therefore, today, not only were hundreds of thousands of citizens of Chuji City gathered in front of the priest hall, there were also young talents from great clans who rushed over from nearby cities. They all hoped to obtain the favor of the high priest's granddaughter and become the high priest's grandson-in-law. After listening to Jia Junan's description, Ling Xiao couldn't help being secretly astonished. It seemed that Chuji City was really a mysterious place. It actually became an independent city and was not annexed by other sections. Also, that high priest sounded a bit intimidating, but he didn't know what the high priest's granddaughter looked like. Ling Xiao asked Jia Junan. He had never seen her before, but from what he said, even if the high priest's granddaughter had a pig head, he would still be willing to marry the high priest's granddaughter. Because getting the high priest's granddaughter as a wife was also getting the high priest's recognition. That was supreme glory in Chuji City. At the same time, he would also receive the high priest's grace and would have a meteoric rise. About an hour later, Ling Xiao and Jia Junan arrived in front of the priest hall. Ling Xiao looked over and saw that the large square was already filled with kneeling people of all ages and genders. Their expressions were extremely solemn. It was a black mass that shocked Ling Xiao. Not far from the square, there was a strange sound coming from the ancient and sacred hall that seemed to be able to draw everyone's thoughts. I didn't expect the high priest to be so popular. Ling Xiao couldn't help thinking to himself. Brother Ling, quickly kneel. The priest hall ceremony is about to begin. Jia Junan pulled on Ling Xiao's clothes. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but he still chose to kneel with Jia Junan in a corner. Jia Junan also entered a state of worship like everyone else. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes, trying to figure out who this high priestess was. How could she be so revered by so many citizens? Following a strange sound, two groups of people wearing black robes slowly walked out of the hall. They all covered their faces, so it was impossible to tell whether they were men or women. The two groups were about the same height, and each of them held a scepter that gave off a dazzling light. Ling Xiao looked at these people and was even more shocked. These two groups of people each had around 20 people. There was a total of 40 people, and each of them had strength no lower than a spirit master. There is indeed something extraordinary about this Guzhai city. Ling Xiao became careful. Just the escort team alone was made up of spirit master experts. It could be seen that Chuji City's strength was definitely not weaker than any sect. After the two groups of people lined up on the left and right, they all raised the scepters in their hands. Their left hands were pressed against their chest, and their heads were slightly bent down. Soon after, another 8 people walked out. These 8 people and the escort team all wore black robes, but there were 2 embroidered patterns on the left and right sides of their robes that looked like dragons and snakes. Just by looking at their clothes, anyone could tell that these 8 people's statuses were much higher than those of the escort team. At the same time, these 8 people split into 4 corners, carrying a huge iron cage. Within the cage was an extremely ferocious and terrifying spirit beast. This spirit beast's head was like a snake, and its body was like a lion. It had 4 fleshy wings and a snake tail full of sharp spikes. Its 4 wings and 2 huge legs were heavily bound by metal chains. Only its bloodthirsty mouth kept letting out strange cries of unwillingness. 8 king-rank spirit beasts, this is too terrifying. And that rank 4 Xiefe snake spirit beast, this is too terrifying. Ling Xiao was once again shocked by everything in front of him. Ling Xiao couldn't see through the strength of the 8 people carrying the spirit beast, so he knew that they were at least at the king rank. Moreover, the spirit beast they were carrying was clearly an extremely rare Xiefe snake spirit beast, a terrifying spirit beast that had reached the 4th rank. The 8 people carried the Xiefei snake spirit beast and placed it in the center of the square. 6 more people walked out, and the 2 people walking at the front were the most attractive. One of them was an old man with a long beard that reached his chest, long eyebrows that covered his face, and a beige crown on his head. His body was slender, and he held a scepter in his hand. His steps were light and slow. The one supporting him was a young girl with a delicate figure. Her face was covered with a silk scarf, and she wore a beautiful crown with a red feather on it. She exuded a graceful and noble temperament. She was dressed in transparent yellow satin, and her private parts that were covered by black cloth could be faintly seen. Her healthy, wheat-colored skin was a bit less smooth and delicate, but more wild and tempting. Behind the old man and the young girl were 4 old men dressed in gold, silver, yellow, and gray. These old men respectfully followed behind them, holding trays in their hands. On the trays, there were some things that could not be seen clearly. As soon as these people walked out of the square, the 40 guards and the 8 protectors knelt together and said respectfully, "Welcome, High Priest, welcome, Priestess." After this voice sounded, everyone in the square knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Welcome, High Priest, welcome, Priestess." The voices of hundreds of thousands of people were as loud and shocking as the morning bell of an ancient tomb. After calling out a few times, all the voices quietened down. Behind the old man and the young girl, an old man in a golden robe walked out and said loudly, "The sacrificial ceremony begins." Then, there was a strange sound of playing music. The 8 protectors carrying the Xiefei serpent opened the black iron cage, and the 8 of them threw the Xiefei serpent, which was more than 10 meters long, into the air. Immediately afterward, the 8 of them attacked at the same time, and 8 powerful spiritual forces attacked the Xiefei serpent like sharp blades. Ding ding! The 8 of them did not attack to kill the Xiefei serpent, but to break all the golden steel chains that locked the Xiefei serpent. Yo! The Xiefei serpent was able to escape. It let out a hissing sound and flew into the sky to escape. The old man with the yellow crown slowly rose into the air, raised the scepter in his hand, and chanted in his heart, "My people, let the gods bless my Zhai city and break the curse of the ancestors as soon as possible. May my Zhai city prosper and enjoy eternal peace." His voice was like the sound of Sanskrit, which could intoxicate people, make them lose their minds, and make them have fantasies of yearning. After the chanting, the Xiefei serpent flew away. Unexpectedly at this time, the old man exclaimed, "Blood sacrifice my city, break the curse of the ancestors, bless my city." Swoosh! The scepter in the old man's hand emitted a dazzling light, emitting a holy light. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, emitting a thunderous explosion. Boom! Yo! A scream shocked the audience, and a pool of blood rain fell from the sky, sprinkling on the head of the crowd. Chapter 229. The rain of blood sprinkled down, dyeing half the sky red. All of the citizens raised their heads and opened their mouths wide, waiting excitedly for the blood to fall. When the drops of bright red beast blood fell, everyone indulged in the blood in their mouths. Their expressions were one of extreme desire and greed, as if the little drops of blood were not enough to satisfy their desires. Everyone continuously breathed in and out, their faces completely red. They looked like hungry ghosts picking their food, looking extremely sinister and frightening. Ling Xiao looked at Jia Junan, who was like everyone else, in shock. He was even more frightened by this strange and sinister scene. Is this the sacrificial ceremony? Why does it look a bit like the blood sacrifice of the ancient legends? Ling Xiao wondered in his heart. Ling Xiao had read about some mysterious shamans in some ancient scrolls. He felt that this kind of blood sacrifice was very similar to the shamans of some ancient race, but there were some differences. Moreover, the records in the ancient scrolls were not complete, so he did not know if his guess was correct. Ling Xiao had thought that the sacrificial ceremony was over, but who knew that this was just the beginning? The old man in midair put his palms together and closed his eyes. The light from the scepter in his hand grew brighter and brighter. Suddenly, the sky was covered by dark clouds, and it was instantly enveloped by darkness. It was as if the world had been plunged into darkness in an instant. High Priest, please protect us lowly people. High Priest, please protect us lowly people. All of the citizens worshipped the High Priest in midair, their mouths repeatedly repeating the same request. After a long time, the scepter in the old man's hand shone brightly again. He raised it high and shouted, "Break for me!" Rumble. A thunderous sound rang out once again. The pitch-black sky seemed to have been split in two by the pillar of light, and it split open in an instant. The scene was spectacular. Everyone's expressions became even more frenzied as they worshipped the old man in midair. In the name of the High Priest, I beseech the heavens to have mercy on our citizens. May the heavens send down sweet dew to wash away our sins. In the name of the High Priest. The old man spread out his palms, his expression solemn as he murmured to the sky. His voice was like that of a god from the 9 heavens, each word shaking the hearts of the people. The sky that had been split open seemed to have heard some summons, and rain began to fall. This time, it was no longer blood, but real rainwater. The rainwater soaked everyone, and at the same time washed away the bloodstains on their faces. Hundreds of thousands of citizens raised their heads and revealed peaceful and content expressions. It seemed that at this moment, they had all been cleansed of their souls, allowing them to forget all their troubles and pain, leaving only happiness and a yearning for joy. My dear citizens, let's celebrate to our heart's content. We've received the blessings of the heavens, the old man said coolly as he slowly descended from the sky. Thank you for the High Priest's gift. Thank you for the High Priest's gift. All the citizens began to celebrate. For a time, the square was filled with the sound of cheers. Ling Zhao's face paled as he stared at the old man. Earth's sovereign rank, there's no way I'm wrong. Ling Xiao looked at the old man descending from the sky, his heart pounding. Based on his extraordinary perception, he was certain that the old man was at least an Earth sovereign rank expert. He hadn't expected such a powerful existence to exist in this city. No wonder it hadn't been annexed by the other sections. Ling Xiao felt that this place was filled with a strange atmosphere, and he had a feeling that something unimaginable was about to happen. Although Ling Xiao was curious, there were so many experts standing guard here, so he quickly curbed his curiosity. It was better to leave this place as soon as possible. If he caused trouble again, then no one would be able to save him. Brother Ling, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and thank the High Priest for his gift. Jia Junan, who was standing beside Ling Xiao, nudged him on the arm. Oh. Ling Xiao responded, but he quickly followed Jia Junan's example and bowed a few times. After the ceremony, hundreds of believers walked out of the main hall, holding some items in their hands and throwing them at the citizens. This caused the citizens to shout excitedly and crazily scramble for it. Jia Junan, who was standing beside Ling Xiao, couldn't care less about him. He squeezed into the crowd to grab the items. Ling Xiao had no intention of participating, but something was thrown at him. He grabbed it, and something appeared in his hand. Ling Xiao opened it and saw that it was a pill. Ling Xiao brought it close to his nose and sniffed it. After a moment of silence, he murmured, What pill is this? Ling Xiao was already a third-grade alchemist, and he had a deep understanding of the thousands of pill formulas in the alchemy technique. He had a certain understanding of all kinds of pills, but he couldn't tell what kind of pill it was. Ling Xiao looked around and saw that the citizens who received the pill immediately swallowed it. Then, they revealed an expression of extreme enjoyment, as if the pill brought them an endless sense of comfort. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still threw the pill into his mouth. It doesn't seem to have any effect? Ling Xiao said doubtfully. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the medicinal effect in his stomach finally began to change. A wave of pure energy spread out. This energy seemed to contain some kind of special effect, causing his muscles to feel relaxed. His originally vigilant nerves also became relaxed, and his body seemed to have obtained some kind of sublimation, causing him to feel happy both physically and mentally, causing him to unconsciously immerse himself in this kind of feeling. Just as Ling Xiao revealed a comfortable smile like everyone else, The pure energy in his body split off a small amount of black energy and swam into his spiritual sea. Why did something like this come in? In his spiritual sea, Lu Weng discovered the abnormality and raised his hand to wrap around the black energy. Just as Lu Weng bound the black energy, Ling Xiao instantly regained his senses. What's going on? Could it be an illusion? Ling Xiao sensed his body and found nothing strange. After taking the pill, he clearly felt that his energy had increased by a lot, but now it was still the same. At this time, the golden-robed elder in the middle of the square said in a clear voice, "Children of the High Priestess, you have all received God's gift. You can go back in peace. Of course, young men under the age of 25 can stay. Next is the priestess husband selection time." After the golden emissary's announcement, the citizens didn't disperse. Instead, they cheered even more heartily and crazily, especially the young men. All of them seemed to be on steroids, as if they all wanted to become the high priestess's grandson-in-law. Under the protection of the believers, all the citizens cleared a 2-meter-wide path. The golden-robed elder said again, "All those who are above the mystic knight rank and under the age of 25 can come forward." Soon after, many young people walked out from all directions and headed for the empty space in the middle of the square. Jia Junan appeared beside Ling Xiao at some point and shouted, "Brother Ling, I'm going up. Remember to cheer for me." "Don't worry, Brother Jia, I have faith in you," Ling Xiao encouraged. "Thank you, brother," Jia Junan responded and immediately squeezed out of the crowd and walked up. To be honest, Ling Xiao didn't have faith in Jia Junan at all. Although this guy had the strength of a low-level mystic knight, all the young people who walked up had this kind of strength. There were even more than a dozen of them who were already at the spirit master rank. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. Fortunately, he had left Meteorite City long ago. He, who was once called the #1 genius of Meteorite City, was just an unremarkable name in front of these people. These young geniuses were not any weaker than his fellow disciples in the Purple Sky sect. After a while, there were already hundreds of young people gathered in the middle of the square. These were not only the majority of the heroes of Chuzhai City, but also the geniuses of other cities. All of them were excited and full of fighting spirit. Among them, the most eye-catching were the dozen or so young people standing at the very front. They didn't show excited expressions like the others. Instead, they all had calm expressions, and their expressions were filled with arrogance and disdain. None of the surrounding young people dared to approach them. These were the dozen or so spirit master experts that Ling Xiao noticed from the beginning. There was only one level difference between spirit master and mystic knight, but their strength couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. They could already produce the pressure of a spirit master, so how could the surrounding mystic knight youths get close to them? After all the young people stood in place, the priestess finally appeared. She was the young girl who appeared with the elder who held the ceremony earlier. She was barefooted, and with light steps, she came to a red high platform that had already been built. All the young men looked at the priestess who appeared, and all of them revealed an extreme desire to possess her. Although the priestess wore a veil and her face couldn't be seen clearly, her faintly discernible wheat-colored skin, that snake-like waist, and the charm that emanated from her every movement were all dazzling. Ling Xiao, who was among the crowd, also praised in his heart, "This woman is really alluring." The priestess looked around at the young men below the platform, and her beautiful eyes revealed some worry. "Child, you can begin." A hoarse voice reached the priestess' ears. The priestess' body trembled slightly, and something appeared in her hand. It was an embroidered ball. Ling Xiao looked at the embroidered ball in the priestess' hands and laughed in his heart. This girl also believes in karma? The priestess held the embroidered ball in front of her chest, and her beautiful eyes were tightly closed. Her jade lips moved slightly, as if she was praying for something. At this time, all the young men became even more excited, and the dozen or so young people who didn't smile all the time also revealed some light in their eyes. The embroidered ball was thrown high up by the priestess. Chapter 230. The moment the embroidered ball was thrown up, most of the youths jumped up, trying to be the first to grab the embroidered ball. The onlookers immediately cheered in unison. The first young man to grab the embroidered ball didn't even have time to rejoice before he was kicked away by one of the youths, and the embroidered ball immediately changed hands. The man who just got the embroidered ball seemed to want to immediately rush to the high platform, but he found that one of his feet was grabbed by someone, and then he was thrown out. For a moment, countless punches and kicks greeted him. A miserable scream came out, and that person was seriously injured by a dozen youths, and the embroidered ball changed hands again. Suddenly, a chaotic battle broke out in the center of the square. In order to fight for the embroidered ball, those youths all fought with all their might. Those who weren't strong enough were seriously injured one after another, and their blood splattered all over the sky, their lives hanging by a thread. Fortunately, every time a person lost the ability to fight for the embroidered ball, someone would come to his aid and drag him out, barely managing to be trampled to death by the crowd. The surrounding citizens didn't think that this scene was cruel, and instead, they all cheered and screamed even more heartily. Ling Xiao was tongue-tied by the scene. At the same time, he felt like his horizons had been broadened. Although in his previous life, he also knew that some races also used this kind of method to choose a son-in-law, but this was the first time he saw such a real scene. After a fierce battle, there were fewer and fewer youths fighting for the embroidered ball in the middle of the square. And that Jia Junan had long been seriously injured, and no one knew where he was dragged to recuperate. When there were only a few dozen people left, among the dozen or so young experts who hadn't moved, one finally couldn't help but rush out. "You trash are not qualified to participate in the competition." That person shouted wildly, and with a wave of one hand, a ball of golden spiritual power smashed into the few youths who were fighting for the embroidered ball. Boom! In one move, the few youths who were fighting for the embroidered ball were blasted away. That young man slowly walked to the front of the embroidered ball, picked it up, and lightly tossed it a few times. He disdainfully said to those mystic disciple-rank youngsters who wanted to step forward, "Get out of my way if you don't want to die." An invisible pressure emerged from the young man's body, forcing the youths who were about to step forward to take a few steps back. They hesitated for a moment, but no one dared to take another step forward. At least you know what's good for you." The young man arrogantly snorted. Holding the embroidered ball, he was about to fly towards the priestess on the high platform. Unexpectedly, a figure covered in flames swept towards him from behind. At the same time, a gorgeous sword ray descended from the sky. "You want to plot against this young master? Dream on." The young man seemed to have sensed it long ago, and the spear on his back flew out, sweeping away the sword light. At the same time, he didn't stop and sped up. "Come down for me!" The fire figure shouted angrily, and the sword light in his hand slashed out dozens of spirit energy beams towards the young man's back. The young man knew that if he continued to force his way up, he would immediately be dismembered. He had no choice but to fly to the side to defend, and the pistol in his hand took the shape of a round shield, blocking the sword light attack. At this moment, another two young experts made their move. They seized the opportunity, and while the young man holding the embroidered ball was distracted, they simultaneously attacked with all their strength. Two water-light sword shadows attacked the young man from the left and right. The young man was attacked from the front and back, and the opponent had caught him by surprise. He had no time to defend, and his body was hit by two swords. Fortunately, he had the dark protection force to block a portion of the attack, or else he would have been dismembered. The embroidered ball changed hands again, and was obtained by the fire attribute youth. At the same time, several other youths joined the battle. They were all the geniuses and elites of the large clans. They all had high-level profound weapons in their hands, and they all used high-level profound skills. For a moment, it was hard to decide who the embroidered ball would belong to. The battle between spirit master experts was much more intense than the battle between profound scholar experts, and it was even more attractive. All sorts of different attribute attacks were like brilliant fireworks that continuously blossomed. It looked extremely beautiful and moving. Currently, there were still 5 youths who hadn't joined the battle. These 5 youths all had the cultivation of intermediate spirit masters. They were the 5 with the strongest strength out of all of the youths. The youth in the middle wore a golden robe, and his face was like a crown of stars. He was in high spirits, and his figure was slender. He held a golden sword in front of his chest, and a smile that seemed to be there was on his face. It was enough to instantly kill any young girl or young woman. He was the most handsome of the 5. Not far to his right was a youth with a pale complexion. He was the youngest of the 5, but his strength wasn't any weaker than the other 4. He wore a pure white robe, and he had a refined and handsome face. He held a white paper fan in his hand, and he waved it leisurely and contentedly. He coughed lightly from time to time, as if his body was unwell. Not far to the left of the golden robe youth was a youth wearing gray martial clothes. This person looked extremely mature, and he didn't look like he was only 25 years old at all. He looked more like a 35-year-old robust man. His body was extremely tall and strong, and his muscles were exposed. Tendons that were like green snakes could be seen, and he looked extremely sinister. On his back hung a heavy broadsword, and it was extremely eye-catching. Another youth wore a fiery red defensive armor, and his entire body was emitting intense flames. He held a red long spear in his hand, and his expression was extremely arrogant and disdainful. It was as if the battle in front of him was child's play, and not worthy of his attention. The last youth wore a black cloak, and his face was covered with a black cloth. It was impossible to see his face clearly. His spiritual energy was restrained, and it was impossible to distinguish his cultivation attribute. However, he was the most solitary. Everyone was standing, and only he was sitting on the ground. He seemed to be meditating, and he wasn't affected by the outside world at all. "Brother Feng Hao, if you're not going, then I'll go first," the youth wearing the red armor said to the golden robe youth in the middle. The golden robe youth smiled faintly and said, "Brother Feng Hao, please go ahead." The youth wearing the red armor snorted lightly, and with a turn of his red long spear, a red ring of fire flew towards the few youths fighting in front of him. "All of you scram!" The red-armored youth jumped into the air, and his red spear smashed down once again. The few people who were fighting over the embroidered ball were not mediocre. They were all spirit master experts, so they would not be scared off by the red guard's shout. Instead, they each raised their profound level weapons and charged towards the red guard's young man to kill him. A group of people who overestimate themselves. The red-armored youth said disdainfully, and the red spear in his hands swept out continuously. Powerful fire dragons roared as they charged towards the few people who were charging towards them. Rumble! The spiritual energy collided, and the sound shook the earth. The red-armored youth's combat strength was extraordinary. With the red spear in his hand, he was like a red god of war, and with every move, he pushed one person back. With the strength of one person, he was still able to deal with 7 people with ease. For a moment, the surrounding citizens all began to praise him. As expected of the Fan clan's genius. Looks like he has a chance of becoming the High Priestess's grandson-in-law. Yeah, the Fan clan is a large clan in our city, and is worthy of the priestess. That's hard to say. The Feng clan's genius, young Master Feng Hao, hasn't even made a move yet. He became a middle spirit master before young Master Fan Dongzi. That's true, but young Master Fan is of the fire attribute, while young Master Feng is of the metal attribute. Their attributes counter each other, so it's hard to say who will win. The intense battle had reached its climax, and the young experts all took out pills and consumed them, greatly increasing their strength. The young man in red armor seemed to be unable to suppress the 7 of them. Just as he was hesitating about whether or not to consume the pills, the tall and sturdy youth raised his heavy blade and entered the fray. "Hurry up and clean up this trash so we can have a good fight." The tall youth chose to stand on the red-armored youth's side, and attacked the other 7 youths. But the young man in the red guard responded and increased his firepower. 2 middle spirit masters against 7 low spirit masters, victory and defeat were quickly decided. The 7 low spirit masters were swept out by the 2 of them. The red-armored youth had expended a lot of energy, and as soon as he stopped, he took out a pill and consumed it. At this moment, a black shadow flashed like a ghost. Papa! Dozens of powerful palm strikes landed on the back of the young man in red armor. Blood splattered out as the young man in red armor was sent flying into the sea of people. Bastard! A shocking roar rang out, and an old man darted out from the sea of people to grab the red-armored youth who had yet to fall. Without another word, the old man immediately took out a pill and stuffed it into the red-armored youth's mouth. No one had expected that someone would launch a sneak attack, and that the timing of the sneak attack had been very precise. The person who had launched the sneak attack was the black-cloaked youth who had been sitting cross-legged. Black Sand Print, you evil scoundrel! How dare you harm a member of my fan family? The old man holding the red-armored youth flew up and roared at the black-cloaked youth. Suddenly, a huge golden hand flew out from the hall and slammed heavily towards the old man from the Fan clan. The old man from the Fan clan was slammed heavily into the ground by the palm. Fanji, stand down. If you dare interfere again, you'll be killed without mercy. A faint voice rang out from the palace. The Fan family elder crawled to his feet and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The anger on his face had completely disappeared, and instead he looked panicked. He bowed towards the palace and said, "Thank you, Gold Emissary, for sparing my life." Then, the Fan family elder carried the red-armored youth and hurriedly left the square. Ling Xiao was shocked once more. The Fan family elder had been a king-level expert, but he'd been sent flying with a single palm strike. It seemed that the gold emissary's strength was quite terrifying. The red-armored youth had been heavily injured, and there were only 4 young experts left. The final winner would depend on their own ability. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.